Chapter 159 Internal Conflict. Chapter 159 Internal Conflict. I'm chasing the old witch and Treed. They're running deep into the mountain. Where are you? We're coming to help you. Even if you're here, you can't catch them, so don't come here and make the situation messy, Chen Zhao said. Chen, we found a few corpses in the old witch's house. They were killed in the last day or two, and they're all residents in this town. She might have possibly already collected enough sacrificial souls. Chen Zhao was rather surprised. He did not expect the old witch and Treed, who had been acting very carefully, to suddenly kill a few people in the past few days. They had changed their style completely, and started killing random people. This being the case, there was even more reason for Chen Zhao to not let the two off. Nobody knew what they would do after successfully summoning the demon. Winry was an old witch, and she had already turned herself into a monster. Treed was a human-demon hybrid, although his demonic bloodline was very weak. It was obvious that the two of them would do nothing good. Finally, Chen Zhao managed to catch up with Winry and Treed. They had already reached the big pit, which was supposed to be the gate of hell. The two parties entered a stalemate. Winry, why did you come here? We're still short of 3 sacrificial souls. Treed was in an even worse state than Winry. The angelic crystal caused greater damage to him than to Winry, because he had just activated his demonic bloodline and turned temporarily into a demon. However, he was a very inferior one. In fact, his only change was his physical form. He was not a subordinate demon, and also had no abilities of his own. Thus, he could not at all mitigate the damage caused by the angelic crystal. On the other hand, while Winry looked like she had lost 1 arm and 1 leg, she had received mostly physical damage. Chen Zhao and Sienna had thought that shooting Winry with angelic crystal bullets would cause severe damage. However, this was not the case. Winry's soul was almost unharmed. Ha! In the last 2 days, I killed another 2 people whom I didn't like. Winry gave a hoarse laughter. Hearing her voice, Chen Zhao felt really uncomfortable. Treed looked at Chen Zhao. So, kill him, and we can complete the sacrificial ritual. Winry also glanced at Chen Zhao. He's a big trouble now. In comparison, you're much weaker. Wait. What are you doing? Treed's face paled in horror. He realized what Winry was going to do. Winry was indeed a psychologically abnormal old witch. Treed knew well how wicked she was. She had brought him here not to save him or to share their gains, but as the last sacrifice for the ritual. Oh, you know what I'm doing! As Winry gave out a series of strange laughter, she took out 2 bottles and smashed them on the edge of the pit. The 2 sacrificial souls escaped from the bottles. They wanted to leave, but a mysterious force dragged them into the pit. Save me! Save me! The 2 souls called, but they could not resist the attraction and were still sucked into the pit. In the end, they disappeared into the bottomless darkness. The pit seemed to have turned deeper and darker. The vines on the inner side of the pit started to climb up at a noticeable speed. Winry looked at Chen Zhao. Hey, aren't you coming to stop me? If you don't do it now, you wouldn't have the chance anymore. Although Winry sounded relaxed, she did not dare to underestimate Chen Zhao at all. Chen Zhao had something that could inflict severe harm to her. Even now, she had no idea what it was. Treed had only been hit by such a small white crystal, and he was already like this at the moment. Chen Zhao stared at Winry and Treed, his eyes sparkling. Suddenly, he smiled. Since you want to summon a demon so badly, I'll let you. Please! Chen Zhao's words alerted Winry instead. She did not believe that Chen Zhao would allow her to complete the ritual so easily. He must be planning to attack me when the ritual begins. In this case, I wouldn't be able to fight back for a while, which puts me in a really dangerous situation. Therefore, Winry did not even dare to start the ritual before killing Chen Zhao. Winry glanced at Treed, who was on the ground, and then threw a purple potion before him. Treed, drink this. What's this? Do you think I'll listen to you again? Treed stared at Winry in enmity. This can help you to recover, Winry said. Do you think I'll believe you? I made this blood potion with living humans' blood. It can not only heal you, but also grant you immense power for a short period of time. Qin Zhao frowned. Blood potion! He was not unfamiliar with blood potions, of course, because they were recorded in the demonic medical book. However, Qin Zhao remembered that many components needed to make a blood potion could only be found in hell. Moreover, blood potions were supposed to greatly enhance one's demonic bloodline. Even Qin Zhao did not have enough materials to craft one at the moment. Winry had to spend so much time and effort to merely summon a demon. How could she obtain so many materials from hell? One possibility was that while the two kinds of blood potions had the same name, they had very different functions, or perhaps Winry had used a few alternative materials from the human world to make the blood potion. As for how effective the potion really was, only she would know. However, judging from her look, she was certainly not trying to help Treed. Treed, we can only live if we kill him together, Winry said. Only if we kill him, you will no longer need to be the sacrifice, and our plan can also be successfully completed. However, if we don't kill him, our plan will fail, and more importantly, you can't ever return to your normal life. Treed's eyes glittered in thought. In the end, he still grabbed the blood potion, broke the bottle, and poured the purple liquid into his mouth. Very soon, he felt a power being released in his body. Puff! Puff! Treed's burnt skin began to recover. However, he did not feel better. In fact, he felt even worse instead. Why do I feel like? The blood potion can temporarily boost your strength, but it also has a small side effect. What? From now on, you'll become very bloodthirsty, just like a vampire. You dared to fool me. Treed stared furiously at Winry. Internal conflict is no good for either of us. It'll only benefit the Asian. Stop him for 10 minutes, just 10. Chapter 160. Come on, let's all summon demons. Chapter 160. Come on, let's all summon demons. Treed Pempton's breathing turned heavier. He stared at Winry with hatred, but he still kept a level head. Turning to Qin Zhao, the hatred remained in his eyes. It's you. It's all because of you that I'm in this state. Mr. Pempton, that's not really fair. It's your own karma. How can it be my fault? If you didn't get in my way, all this wouldn't have happened. You destroyed everything. You should die. Yelling about dying is a bit much. We're all civilized people. Why can't we just sit down and have a nice chat? Treed, why are you still wasting time with him? Winry urged impatiently. Kill him. Hurry up, it's almost midnight. Treed thirsted for blood right now. He ground his teeth, making cracking sounds. Qin Zhao took a few steps back. With Treed's current state, he really couldn't fight him. Qin Zhao was stronger than the average man, but he couldn't go up against beasts. If he had to go against a beast, it could only be a beast from hell. A demonic ritual implement appeared in Qin Zhao's hands. Bloody Hunter, get over here. A puff of red smoke shot out of the ritual implement. Treed was still scared of Qin Zhao. Seeing this, he didn't dare to charge brashly. He took a small step back, looking at Qin Zhao cautiously. A while later, a huge figure arose in the red smoke. The summoning of the Bloody Hunter succeeded. Mixed bastard. The Bloody Hunter looked at Treed in disdain. Then he turned to look at Qin Zhao and immediately lowered himself. Respected living lord, I am happy to work for you again. What is this, a demon? You summoned a demon? Treed had demonic blood in him. He could obviously sense the pure demon lineage in the Bloody Hunter. The Bloody Hunter stood up straight. He was a head taller than Treed, covered in hair, and had horns on his head. Winry was utterly shocked too. This man could summon demons? And summon a pure demon? How was this possible? How could he do this? She and Treed had tried so hard but still hadn't succeeded. And yet this Asian could summon a demon so easily? Living Lord, are they your enemies? The Bloody Hunter licked his lips and opened his mouth slightly, revealing the fangs. Yes, they want to kill me. I'm so scared. You won't mind me killing them, right? As you wish. The Bloody Hunter was really happy. Since Chen Zhao had summoned him to the living world, he definitely wouldn't scrimp on the pay. Bastard, come here. I'll show you what a true demon is. Actually, the Bloody Hunter was a low-level demon too. He was also mixed. However, the Bloody Hunter was a mix of two demons. This was different from Treed, who was half human, half demon. Treed was enraged. It wasn't the Bloody Hunter's first time calling him a bastard. Roaring, he pounced toward the demon. The Bloody Hunter also screamed and tangled with Treed. The two fought in the most primitive way, with gnashing claws and teeth. It was difficult to see the winner. Seeing that the Bloody Hunter didn't have an absolute advantage, Chen Zhao asked. Hey, Bloody Hunter, can you really do it? Should I call some more helpers? The Bloody Hunter didn't have the time to reply to Chen Zhao now. With his pride, he wouldn't be willing to get reinforcements either. If he couldn't even beat a mixed demon with very little demon blood, he wouldn't have the heart to go back to hell. Treed was definitely weaker than him. He could feel it. It seemed as if they were neck to neck, but the Bloody Hunter actually had the upper hand. His teeth and claws were sharper, and he was stronger and faster. Winry finally completed the last step of the sacrifice ritual. Treed, she yelled. Jump into the gates of hell with me. Hurry! Treed used all his might to push the Bloody Hunter away. Eyes turning red, he screamed as if trying his hardest to go against Winry's order. However, he couldn't control his body. He walked toward the ditch involuntarily. His consciousness had finally collapsed. Winry's power overtook his mind. Treed jumped into the gates of hell. Black light instantly shot out of the gates, forming a dark cloud in the air. Various large tentacles reached down. Excitement was written all over Winry's face. Success. I succeeded. Mighty Sleeper, you've finally come to the human world. Winry opened her arms wide happily. You're dead, Asian. You thought you could change things by summoning a low-level demon? You bastard, you cannot be compared to the Mighty Sleeper, Lord Besta. One had to admit that the scene was quite shocking. It could be seen even from miles away. David and Sienna, who were in the wilderness, saw it too. Sienna, look. What is that? That old witch succeeded. She summoned a demon. She really summoned it. Sienna's expression changed drastically. Is Chen in danger? David panicked. Maybe he has a solution. Sienna looked grave. Her voice was filled with uncertainty. Even from so far away, she could sense the demonic aura clearly. Are you sure? Bullshit. Sienna muttered in annoyance. How can I be sure? I've never seen it before. Then what do we do? What do you think? Let's go and help him. Maybe we can defeat the demon if we work together. Sienna decided to hurry over. She was still hopeful, since Chen Zhao's abilities were immeasurable. She also had a fatal weapon in her hands. If they work together, they might be able to win. Check how many bullets you have left. 10. Bring the 2 bottles of mixed holy water too. Smash it into the demon when needed. Chapter 161 Obitos' Arrival. Chapter 161 Obitos' Arrival. Sleeper Besta finally emerged from the ring of clouds. His lower body was an octopus and his upper body was a human. Very unfortunately, Chen Zhao knew this octopus monster. Of course, they had merely encountered each other once before and were not friends. With his tentacles, Besta supported himself above the gate of hell. 2 of his tentacles were crossed before his chest just like 2 hands as he looked at everyone from above. Winry was kneeling on the ground, looking as humble as a servant. The great Sleeper Besta, your dedicated servant, Winry Gargamel, is ready to serve you. The human world. I'm actually really in the human world. Hello, octopus monster, we meet again. Chen Zhao greeted. Besta lowered his head and carefully inspected Chen Zhao. To be honest, it was very difficult for a demon to recognize a human's face, just like how humans could not distinguish between the faces of the same kind of animal. The same thing happened to Besta. However, based on just smell, he indeed found Chen Zhao rather familiar. Winry's face was filled with doubt. Why would this Asian know Besta? Was it not the first time that sleeper Besta was summoned from hell? Suddenly Besta recalled who the person before him was. Human, it's you! How dare you appear in front of me again? You caused a huge loss to me. I'm going to kill you! Shit! I knew I would still have to fight. Chen Zhao cursed. Besta was not an inferior demon. Bloody Hunter was certainly no match for him. Even if Chen Zhao were to release his entire demon army, he would suffer a heavy loss. Besta was clearly a subordinate demon, although Chen Zhao had no idea who his king was. Chen Zhao twitched his lips and very unwillingly took out a demonic ritual implement. This time, a cloud of white gas was released from the ritual implement, and the amount of gas was far more than when Chen Zhao had summoned Bloody Hunter. The white gas enveloped the region around him and formed a cloud of fog. In the fog, a figure seemed to be floating slowly. Suddenly, a face appeared from the fog. Living Lord, did you summon me here? Jessica, can you defeat this octopus monster? The face disappeared. In the next instant, it appeared again before the octopus and started to float around it. Subordinate Acre Besta, do you know who I am? Besta stared suspiciously at the vague face in the fog. Suddenly, his expression changed and he screamed in horror. Jessica? Your Lord Jessica? Ah! Jessica released a sharp howl. Chen Zhao, Winry, and Bloody Hunter all covered their ears in pain. Directly before the attack, Besta's entire body started spurting blood, as if his whole body had been cut by a knife. You know who I am, and yet you dare to face me with such an attitude? The fog around them began to converge. Gradually, Jessica's body formed. Winry's hair stood up in fear. She did not know who Jessica was, but it was evident that Besta was extremely scared of her. But isn't Besta the king of sleep? Shouldn't he be one of the strongest in hell? Why does he look so weak and petty? Is this ordinary-looking woman also a demon king? One who's even more powerful than Besta? Gravely injured by Jessica's scream, Besta attempted to flee into the gate of hell. Why leave when you're already here? Jessica shook her body and countless clones of herself appeared, charging into the gate of hell one after another. In the depths of the pit, screams could be constantly heard. Winry could feel her limbs turn cold. Coming from the pit were not just Jessica's sharp screams, but also Besta's screams of horror. Jessica's real body bowed at Chen Zhao. Living Lord, since I'm in the human world, I need to complete the task given by Lord Beelzebub. Yup. Chen Zhao had not summoned Jessica until just now precisely because he did not really want to accept Obitos. Obitos was truly big trouble. However, since Jessica was already here, Chen Zhao had no choice but to accept the task of taking care of Obitos. Jessica took out a soul-filled bottle and threw it into the gate of hell as she chanted an obscure incantation. As she called, something seemed to be coming out from the deep pit. Finally, a fire pillar erupted from the pit and reached the sky, forming a cluster of red, fiery clouds. It looked exactly like when Besta had been summoned earlier, except for the color of the clouds. Suddenly, an enormous monster many times larger than Besta charged out from the burning clouds. It was Obitos, and in his mouth was none other than Besta. The poor Besta was already half killed by Jessica immediately after he came to the human world. Then, an even fiercer monster appeared and took him as food. Obitos' gigantic body landed on the ground. Winry was already shocked out of her wits. Fire Dragon. The legendary Fire Dragon. Obitos' near-perfect body, powerful wings, and surging fire elements all indicated his identity. He was a fire king from hell. Obitos lowered his head and looked at Winry. Then, he opened his mouth and devoured her too. However, before he could swallow Winry, he spit her out. What a terrible taste! Living Lord, please complete the contract with Lord Obitos, Jessica said. What do I do? Nothing. Let me help you. Jessica approached Chen Zhao and made a cut on his palm, after which she lifted his hand up. Lord Obitos, please lower your head. Obitos looked at Qin Zhao and then put his head low. Jessica held Qin Zhao's hand and placed it on Obitos' forehead. A complicated magic marking appeared on Obitos' forehead as his body shrunk in size. Very soon, he became a giant lizard, one with wings and dark red skin. Looking at Obitos, Qin Zhao was somewhat disappointed. In the end, he still could not complete his dream of becoming a dragon knight. Anyhow, this world could certainly not tolerate a real terrifying fire dragon. Living Lord, is there anything else I can do for you? Bring her with you. Qin Zhao pointed at Winry. At the moment, Winry was lying on the ground with one last breath. Being bitten by a fire dragon was surely nothing comfortable. Both her body and soul had been burnt by Obitos' scorching flames. She had basically lost all abilities to fight. Of course, even if she could still fight, there was no way she was going to defeat Jessica. After all, Jessica was not a mere inferior demon. She was a superior demon, a truly superior banshee. Chapter 162 Obitos Caused Trouble. Chapter 162 Obitos Caused Trouble. Jessica tossed Winry, who was pleading desperately, into the gates of hell. The bloody hunter also returned after getting his reward. Everything was finally over. Qin Zhao couldn't stop Winry and Treed's bloodshed, but at least everything was over. No one would ever be stupid enough to summon a demon to kill people in town. Obitos suddenly grew furious. He looked into the darkness. Something seemed to be approaching. Ah, Chun! David and Sienna had arrived. Both were completely exhausted. Chun, where's the old witch and Treed? Where did they go? It's over. I got it. How did you know I'm here? There was such a big commotion. Did the old witch finish the sacrifice and summon the demon? Huh! What's this? David got close to Obitos. Obitos spat fire in David's face. Thankfully, Obitos was much weaker now and his dragon breath wasn't that destructive. Otherwise, David would be scorched by now. Wow, this lizard can spit fire. Sienna was suspicious. This clearly wasn't an average lizard because it could spit fire and had wings. Fire dragon? A child, Qin Zhao answered. His name is Obitos. Obitos, she's Sienna and he's David. They're my friends. Don't hurt people without reason like that anymore, got it? Obitos spread his wings. He circled above Qin Zhao and landed on his shoulder. This landing almost sent Qin Zhao to the ground. Even though Obitos was a few thousand times smaller than before, he was still a huge lizard and around 100 pounds. Put your wings away, Qin Zhao said. I know you can do it. Roar. As expected, only Qin Zhao could understand what he was saying, just like with Beelzebub and the others. Obitos shook his back and the wings went away. Qin, you took care of the demon by yourself? Is everything over? Is that really a fire dragon? I'm tired. I'm going to rest. Qin Zhao truly was tired. He'd worked hard the entire night, and could finally rest. His legs turned to jelly and he sat onto the ground, unable to move. He hadn't done much fighting other than running, but he felt physical and mental fatigue. Qin, what's wrong? David and Sienna hurried over to help him up. Nothing. Just tired. David and Sienna automatically imagined that Qin Zhao had gone through a horrible fight. David carried Qin Zhao down the mountain. When they returned home and Fali and Craze saw Qin Zhao being carried, they thought something bad had happened. They immediately came over in concern. Chen's okay. He's just tired. You don't know how intense the battle today was. Chen was facing a true demon. You know what the demon was like. David described the battle colorfully as if he'd seen it with his own eyes. Chen, how do you feel now? Sienna fed him a bottle of potion with unknown ingredients. Much better. Qin Zhao moved his arms around. Sienna's potion was effective, but it wasn't very obvious. He'd recovered some of his strength, but his mental state was still bad. I need to sleep. Qin Zhao lost his balance and fell back onto the sofa. I'll help you into your room. Oh, David, listen to this recording pen. Delete the unnecessary information and give it to Bant. Okay. Qin Zhao hadn't slept so well in a long time. He slept from midnight to the afternoon of the next day, more than 10 hours. Fali and the others knew that Qin Zhao was exhausted, so they didn't disturb him. Qin Zhao stretched and got out of bed to wash up. Knocking came from outside, so he went to open the door with a toothbrush in his mouth. It was Bant and Ken outside. Qin Zhao pointed at his mouth and then ran into the bathroom to clean his mouth. Going back to the door, he hugged Ken first. Ken, congrats on your release. Qin, thank you. You saved Ken twice. Bant looked at him with gratitude. Ken had a similar expression. If it wasn't for Qin, he had no clue what situation he'd be in. The first time went without saying, Qin was his lifesaver. The second time, he'd helped exonerate Ken. We're friends. This isn't my own work either. David actually found out that it was related to Treed and I used this chance to force him to reveal the truth. I understand. I just haven't seen David yet. Please tell him I said thanks. Tell Mary to give us a large pizza next time. That's the best way to thank us. Ada, look what I got. Qin Zhao was eating breakfast Fali made for him when Obitos came in with a dead poodle in his mouth. What the? Did it piss you off? Qin Zhao hurriedly took the poodle to see if there was any hope left. Unfortunately, the poodle was completely dead. Qin Zhao buried his face in his hands. He saw Beelzebub, Raymond, and Carrie, the three assholes, peering from under the sofa. It went without guessing that these three had encouraged the young Obitos to do this. Don't hurt any pets in the future. If you want to eat anything. Ding dong. The bell rang, along with a girl's voice. Excuse me, anyone home? Qin Zhao went to the door and saw a short girl. She seemed to be around 14 or 15, but she'd gone through puberty well. Who are you looking for? I'm Lily's. And then she screamed. Qin Zhao's face twitched. He looked at the dead poodle before Obitos. This was a problem. You're a murderer! You killed Lily! Miss, I'm very sorry about your pet. My pet slipped outside when I was sleeping. How much money do you want? I can pay you. I don't want money, the girl yelled. You murderer! I'm gonna call the cops. I want you to pay for what you did. Miss, how can I help you? Melson and Leonardo walked over. When the girl saw Leonardo's uniform, she grabbed him and said, Officer, this guy killed my pet. He's a murderer. Leonardo and Melson were both doubtful. They knew how much Qin Zhao liked little animals. How could he kill someone else's pet? Chapter 163 Cheap Land. Chapter 163 Cheap Land. Obitos, come and apologize. Everyone saw a fireball charge out from the room. They quickly jumped back in shock. With his mouth wide open, Obitos looked really frightening. A normal person would not dare to raise a giant lizard that was 2 meters long and over 50 kilograms heavy at home, let alone come too close to one. Of course, many people in America raised lizards. What breed is this? Why is its skin red? Leonardo asked curiously. It's called Obitos. It's new here, so I haven't had the chance to discipline it. It just went hunting alone and then killed this lady's pet dog. I'm really sorry. Miss, if you need compensation, we can discuss about it. Melson and Leonardo finally understood what was going on, but the girl still refused to give up. Since you have such a dangerous pet, you need to discipline it properly. What if it bit a human or a child instead? Yes, I'll be careful. I promise it won't happen again. Qin Zhao knew that he had to apologize since he was in the wrong. Obitos, apologize. Obitos lifted his head and looked at Qin Zhao. Then, he waved his tail and nodded at the girl. The girl stared at Obitos with some envy on her face. Then compensate me with this lizard. Qin Zhao rolled his eyes. The girl was actually not embarrassed to ask. I don't think so. I can give you money as compensation, but not my pet. Such a civil conflict would normally not turn into a criminal case, so the police would not interfere. Of course, one of the parties may choose to appeal to court, but even so the judge would at most charge the wrong party with a fine. Qin Zhao was in the wrong because he did not look after his pet properly. Therefore, there would also be some light punishment for him, such as 10 or 20 hours of community service. Lend it to me for a month. Qin Zhao still shook his head. No. Then can I come and play with it? Shin, I hereby sentence you. In the next month, this beautiful lady must be able to play with your pet for an hour. Of course, it'll only be when you're around, Nelson said with a serious voice. Thank you, Mr. Police. The girl hugged Melson's waist enthusiastically. Melson was very tall, so she could only reach his waist. Can I start playing with it now? Fine. Obitos, you need to now pay for your mistake. And you three, also come out. Beelzebub, Carrie and Raymond ran out. They stood before Qin Zhao in a row, all looking like they had just done something wrong. Wow! You've got so many pets! Why can't you just give me one? So stingy. Qin Zhao gave a bitter smile. Then, he looked at Melson and Leonardo. Why are you here? Qin, we've heard the recording of the conversation between you and Treed Pentam. We want to know where Treed is now. I don't know. Didn't you catch him there? Come on. He had a gun. I didn't dare to chase him. Qin Zhao had already thought of an excuse. Hope that he's still alive. Clearly, Melson was suspicious about whether Qin Zhao had secretly killed Treed. Isn't it better for him to be dead? Qin Zhao said, unconcerned. He's hidden his wealth, but the families of the victims of that winery fire have yet to receive their compensation. Do you still think it's good? Qin Zhao was stunned. He had indeed never thought about this. Nevertheless, it was already too late. Treed was already dead, and Qin Zhao was pretty sure that he was somewhere in hell at the moment. Of course, Qin Zhao had no idea where his soul was, or whether it was even complete. I can only hope that you can arrest him ASAP. Qin, can you guarantee that he's still alive? You suspect that I killed him? Or perhaps I pocketed his properties? That's not what I meant. I can promise you that I didn't kill him or detain him to ask him about his wealth. I didn't get myself involved for his money in the first place. Otherwise, I won't have given the recording to the police. I only want to help my friend to clear his name. All right, Qin, I'm sorry. I didn't mean that. Melson apologized. Apology accepted. If you have any clues, can you tell us, please? Yes, I will. Then we'll leave now. See you? Melson turned around and left, while Leonardo hugged Qin Zhao. Qin, this is too much. Why didn't you call me for the operation? Am I not your friend? Leonardo had already found out that Qin Zhao, David, Sienna, and the rest were all involved, but he was excluded. Surely, he was somewhat disappointed. He felt that since David was a police and was willing to cooperate with Qin Zhao to catch the culprit, he could too. Moreover, he was in charge of this case in the first place. If Qin Zhao had found him instead, he could have provided more clues. Leonardo, I've indeed considered calling you, but I didn't know your position. I apologize for my doubt. Fine, I forgive you, but if something similar happens next time, remember to call me. Of course. And don't forget about my party tomorrow. I won't. Just then, a person walked into the courtyard. He scanned the few people in the yard and his eyes eventually locked onto Qin Zhao. Hi, are you Qin? You are? Do you not know me? I'm the mayor of Mountain Town. Name's Dion. Dion Sloat was bald and looked like he was just past 50 years old. To be honest, he looked more like a fighter than a mayor. He had a bad, extremely bad reputation in town. There were rumors which claimed that he had accepted bribes for himself and sold common properties of the town to private enterprises, such as the chemical factory. Mr. Dion, how can I help you? I heard that you want to purchase the 5 hectares of land near Mirror Lake. Is that true? That was indeed my plan, but I encountered a problem with my cash flow recently. I've already given up the thought. I can sell it to you at a lower price, Dion said. Lower price? How low? Chen Zhao was interested in the deal. Chen, you should know that something happened in town recently. A few families are in trouble because of that. It's probably the last thing I can do for them as the mayor, so I can't lower the price too much. 400,000 is my bottom line. Chen Zhao had no idea if Dion was acting or being sincere, but the fact that he had such a thought should only be good for the victims' families. Nonetheless, Chen Zhao really did not have so much money at the moment. Can I have a few days to think over it? Chapter 164 Azina. Chapter 164 Azina. Chen Zhao only worried about money when he'd first arrived in America. At that time, he didn't have any source of income. Holding $10,000 wasn't able to give him a sense of security. Later, Chen Zhao became an illegal doctor and no longer had to worry about money. He only had headaches because he couldn't make enough. Now, he was worried about money again. He really wanted to buy that land, and he could do something good too. It was two birds with one stone. However, he couldn't produce all that money. He was renting his home now, after all. As a Chinese man, he had a longing for land. He always thought that he would only feel secure if he had his own house. No matter what happened, if the house was still there, everything would still be there. Should he bring all his demons to do something big? No, this wasn't realistic. He could only entertain it in his mind. Chen Zhao sat in the swing in his yard. Fali made the swing. Watching the girl play with Obitos, Beelzebub and the others, he called out, "Hey, we know each other now, but I don't know your name yet." Azina Lincoln. "Where are your parents? Why are you asking?" Azina suddenly grew cautious. Chen Zhao wondered if he'd asked the wrong question. "Fine, you don't have to tell me if you don't want to." "Who said I don't want to tell you?" "Then tell me." "Why should I?" she asked matter-of-factly. "Fine, pretend I didn't say anything. It's getting dark. You should go home." "So what if it's dark?" "There's no one home anyway." Did her parents leave her here alone while they worked? But according to American laws, underage kids couldn't live alone. "My dad is busy with work every day. I only said 2 sentences to him this month." "What 2 sentences?" "Good morning, good night." "What about your mom?" "She divorced my dad. She comes to see me once a month, but she already has her own family." Azina had matured early. Chen Zhao could no longer hear childish innocence from her words. "Is that your girlfriend?" Azina suddenly pointed at Fali, who'd just come back. "No, we're roommates." "You don't like her? Or she doesn't like you?" "This has nothing to do with liking each other. If a woman is willing to live with a man not related to her, then it means that she has feelings for him." Chen Zhao rolled his eyes. "Who taught you that?" "They have it in the books." Chen Zhao didn't think that Fali came to live with him because she had feelings for him. She'd come to live with Walter, not him. "Hey, beauty." Fali came into the backyard. "What's your name?" "Azina Lincoln. I live around the corner." Azina looked at Walter. "That's a big dog. Does it bite?" "He's really nice. His name is Walter." Walter was friendly with everyone. He went over to lick Azina's face. "Chen, how do you train all your pets?" Azina asked curiously as she petted Walter's neck. "Why are they all so smart? I feel like they can understand what I'm saying." Fali was used to all this. These weren't regular pets, especially the huge red lizard on the ground. According to Sienna and David, this was a real fire dragon. "You two play. I'll go make dinner." "Azina, do you want to stay for dinner?" "Can I?" She looked at Chen Zhao with uncertainty. "Of course. I'm honored to invite you to dinner with us." Azina was having fun. Walter and Obitos both let her ride them. Her past pets could never do this. They were also really obedient, and would react to whatever she said. Just then, Bant and Mary came over from across the street with a huge pizza. "Azina, you know Chen?" Mary was surprised to find Azina here. "Hi Bant, Mary." Azina greeted them but seemed a bit cold. Qin Zhao welcomed them in and hugged them both. Qin, I heard from Ken what happened when I was gone. I don't know how to thank you. Qin Zhao accepted the pizza. This is the best thanks for me. Oh, you should know Azina's father, right? If possible, can you tell him that she's playing in my house and come here to pick her up? You don't know who her father is? Should I know? Her father is Dion Sloat. What? Then shouldn't her last name be Sloat? Her full name is Azina Lincoln Sloat, Bant said. Lincoln is her mother's last name. Does she have a bad relationship with her father? Qin Zhao asked curiously. Because of her father, the kids bully her in school and don't want to be her friend. That's why she doesn't have many friends. Qin Zhao realized that the rumors in town had affected Azina. This was why she was so withdrawn. But it's good that she can play here. I was afraid that she'll really have a traumatic childhood because of this. Qin Zhao glanced at Azina. She was riding Walter, yelling excitedly. Walter, go, go, catch up to Obitos! Qin Zhao felt powerless too. He wasn't part of the neighborhood committee. He couldn't help with their family problems or neighborly relationships. He just felt that problems between adults shouldn't affect the kids. Kids might not understand this though. Adult problems often affected them. We should go. Okay, bye. Fali happened to announce that dinner was ready. Walter shot into the house with Azina on his back. Walter was really big now, but he was still growing. He had a shocking appetite. Qin Zhao had no clue how much he could grow. He felt that if Walter continued growing like this, he could try for some world record. Of course, this could only happen if he didn't somehow get mutated. If he ended up looking like the Bloody Hunter, Qin Zhao wouldn't be able to accept it. Chapter 165 Arrival of the Silly Twins. Chapter 165 Arrival of the Silly Twins. Just as Qin Zhao was having his meal, Dion Sloat showed up. However, he did not enter Qin Zhao's house. They stood outside the door and chatted. Chen, thank you for taking care of Azina for me. No problem. Actually, my pet accidentally killed her poodle. Dion was also momentarily stunned. Don't worry. The poodle wouldn't have been alive for too much longer anyway. What? Since she was young, she has never raised a pet for more than a month. For example, her first pet, a rabbit, was crushed by her on her bed. I need to prepare a new pet for her every month, or maybe every half a month. Sometimes, parents who did not have time to accompany their child would hope that pets could replace their role. If it's convenient, can you let her come here and play with your pets? Dion pleaded. Regardless of what kind of person he was or what he had done to the town, he was nothing more than a father at the moment. Of course. I welcome Azina here any time. Qin Zhao and Dion continued to chat in the courtyard until Azina finished her dinner. Then, Dion brought Azina home. Azina was extremely reluctant to leave Qin Zhao's pets and finally bid them goodbye. Chen, he's the town's mayor, isn't he? Yup. Have you seen him before? Just once. I heard that his reputation here is pretty bad. I don't really care. Our interests don't conflict anyway. Qin Zhao shrugged his shoulders, not bothered. As for whether being too close to Dion would affect his own reputation, Qin Zhao cared even less. Anyway, he did not need everyone to accept him. It would be good as long as his friends accepted him. For example, Bant and Mary would not unfriend him just because he was close to Dion. Qin Zhao did not care about how strangers would think. Fali, do you have money? Huh? How much do you need? How much do you have? 2,000. Fali answered. How long have you been working for? 3.5 years. Do you not have any savings? Why do I need to save? It was a very strange logic, at least to Qin Zhao. On the other hand, Fali thought that Qin Zhao was the weird one. Why would one save one's money instead of spending it? To wait for the USD to devalue? Many people in America preferred advanced consumption. To them, saving too much money in the bank was a foolish act. Qin Zhao, on the other hand, had the typical Chinese mindset. He would save as much money as possible to handle urgent and unforeseeable situations. Moreover, by how much could the USD devalue? It would not affect Qinzhao too much unless the USD was to devalue to the Japanese yen. Is it urgent? I want to buy a piece of land and build a house of my own. Qinzhao told Fali the truth. How much more do you need? I had enough at first, but now it's not enough again. I'm afraid I can't help you. $2,000 and a $100 fake black diamond pendant I bought from a flea market are all I have now. Actually, even the $2,000 were borrowed from the bank. Forget it. I'll think of another way. Suddenly, a shadow enveloped the two people on the sofa. Qinzhao and Fali lifted their heads together. They saw a giant two-headed wolf staring at them from above. Ah! Fali screamed. Qinzhao pulled Fali's arm and leaped forward. Humans? It's the human world? The two-headed wolf looked at Qinzhao and Fali and then inspected its surrounding. Chun! Where did it come from? Qinzhao's face was also filled with bewilderment. Just then, Beelzebub and the rest appeared. All of their faces were filled with anger. Beelzebub complained. Human, you've just summoned another demon, a truly trash demon. Who are you? Qinzhao stood in front of Fali. Qinzhao was certain that the two-headed wolf was a demon. Nonetheless, he was the first demon servant not to appear in the form of a small animal. Qinzhao was also unsure if the demon could understand him, just like Beelzebub and the rest. Me? Mammon Bishop. I'm a subordinate of the King of Greed. Human, why am I here? Greed, one of the 7 sins. I'm scared. Fali grabbed Qinzhao's shirt tightly as she hid behind him. It's fine. He won't hurt you. Qinzhao took a deep breath. Beelzebub, Raymond and Carrie had all been summoned by his desires. As a subordinate of the King of Greed, Mammon Bishop must have been summoned by his desire for money. Mammon, do you plan to keep talking to me like this? I'm your master, after all. Master? How dare a human claim to be my master? Mammon was clearly disrespectful. Then, he leaped forward. Suddenly, he split into 2 wolves, one black and one white. The white wolf jumped forward and turned around to face the black wolf, as if he was trying to stop the black wolf. White, are you stopping me from killing this human? Black, he is indeed your master. If you attack him, you'll be punished too. Master? I have no master. Feel his scent carefully, the white wolf said. The black wolf finally stopped being aggressive and began to inspect Qinzhao. Huh! How did this happen? Why do I have a master? Why am I in the human world? Looks like you already know your identity and the situation. Qinzhao heaved a sigh of relief. It would be best not to have a conflict. Chun! It's really fine now, Qinzhao assured, patting Fali's shoulder. Did you summon them here? Yup. It was purely an accident. Even I was shocked. If you summon any strange things again in the future, can you tell me in advance? I said it's an accident. You sure they won't attack me? Go back to your room first. I'll tell them the rules. All right. Call me when you're done. Fali escaped into her room, bringing Walter with her. Qinzhao stared at the black wolf and the white wolf before him. They looked as if they were a single entity. Shouldn't you introduce yourselves? I'm White Mammon. He's my brother, Black Mammon. I represent wealth, while he represents price. Be straightforward. I don't understand what you mean. I can give wealth, while he can demand the price. Can you make money appear? No, White Mammon answered. Can you make me win the lottery? No. Then what can you do? I can guide you towards wealth. Of course, you need to pay a price too. What price? Qinzhao took out a piece of demonic crystal. Is this okay? White Mammon immediately jumped in front of Qinzhao. Black Mammon also swallowed his pride and stuck his tongue out, his face filled with greed. Chapter 166 Trashiest Demon Duo in History. Chapter 166 Trashiest demon duo in history. As expected, demonic crystals were the currency in hell. It could basically be used for all types of trades. How much money can I get with these demonic crystals? Qin Zhao cared more about the exchange rate. There's no set amount. What do you mean? I can help you discover ways to make a fortune around you. The more you put in, the bigger the possibility to get rich. Possibility? So it's not definite? Qin Zhao lost his temper. After all this time, you're just playing with me? Leave. Go back to hell. I don't need you to. No. White Mammon immediately bit Qin Zhao's clothes. We haven't succeeded yet. We haven't even tasted a demonic crystal before. Don't chase us away. What do you mean you haven't succeeded yet? White Mammon was already crying pitifully and wretchedly. Black Mammon was curled on the ground, not making a sound. We're from a rural village. As subordinates of Lord Mammon, we vowed to become the most successful demons, but our abilities are barely useful in hell. One or two would come to ask for the wealth that they want, but we've never succeeded. Other demons wanted to become the strongest demons. They wanted to become the most successful ones. Did you ask for compensation even if you failed? We want to, but most of the time, we can't defeat the demons that ask us for help. Poor kids. So if they can beat you, they won't have to pay anything? White Mammon stopped speaking. It was clearly an unhappy memory. Then what's with your abilities? Since you're Mammon's subordinate, you should have some unique skills, right? I can smell chances to receive wealth within a certain range. Black Mammon can make the other lose wealth. So you can't give me money directly? Yes, but if you have other requests, we are more than happy to help you. Look at our strong bodies, sharp claws. We can help you rip apart your enemy's neck. You work part-time as fighters? You don't know how hard life in hell is for us. White Mammon started grieving again. Qin Zhao finally understood why Beelzebub had asked why he'd summoned such trashy demons. They really were trash. They were so big because their true forms had been summoned. Beelzebub and Raymond were also subordinates of the 7 deadly sins, but only their projections had been summoned. This was only a part of them, and yet they were still restricted by the laws of the human world. Black and White Mammon's true forms had been summoned because they were just too weak. The laws of the human world barely affected them. Other than the inferior demons Qin Zhao had summoned with his ritual implement, these two had shown perfectly just how weak they could be. And Qin Zhao had thought they were powerful in the beginning. He'd imagined that they were so powerful that they wouldn't be restricted by the laws of the human world. Then they turned out to be weaklings. However, they could scare people if they appeared before others. They also had a unique skill, the ability to combine into one. They could combine into one, and it was really impressive. But they wouldn't become much stronger, because after combining, it was like 1 + 1 is equal to 1. There were no improvements other than the fact that they had 2 heads and 2 mouths. The biggest difference was that their skin color would become black and white. They only needed 1 portion of food too, and both would be satisfied. This could save a lot of money. Oh, I smell wealth, White Mammon suddenly said. Qin Zhao was hopeless. Lying on the sofa, he said, "Don't tell me it's the money in my wallet. I can't smell wealth with an owner." Wealth without an owner? Qin Zhao immediately grew spirited. "Can you take me there? Master, you must pay something. Take it." Qin Zhao tossed the demonic crystal in his hand to White Mammon. Black Mammon looked at it and immediately yelled, "Don't swallow it! Swallow it when we're combined!" Beelzebub and the others looked at them in disgust. They were such country bumpkins that had never had demonic crystals before. After combining and swallowing the demonic crystal, the 2 demons separated happily. "I've never had such enjoyment before. I'm starting to think that having a master is nice. If only I can have a good rest now." Qin Zhao kicked both Black and White Mammon. "Get up. You want to sleep after getting paid? I almost forgot. I can sense that the wealth is very close." White Mammon led Qin Zhao out the door. Thank God it was night. Otherwise, people would be scared to death to see such a huge wolf. Turning the corner, White Mammon immediately called out. Found it. Where? Here. This? This? Chen Zhao bent down and picked up a quarter. Are you kidding? It's this one. You must be kidding. No, I'm serious. You are definitely kidding, Chen Zhao said, clenching his fists. Master, are you unhappy? Can't you tell? Chen Zhao stared at White Mammon with a dark expression. This isn't valuable? You need at least 1 million of these to be valuable, Chen Zhao muttered darkly. 1 million? Do you know how much money I could make if I had kept that demonic crystal? How much? I'm sure you don't want to know. Let's change the topic. Master, are you angry right now? No. I have no change in mood other than the fact that I'm hungry. What do you want to eat? Wolf meat. Master, I can find 1 million of these for you. Whatever, it's the thought that counts. If I want to depend on you two to get rich, I'd rather go dig a gold mine. Master, I smell wealth again. It's the middle of the night. I'm not lowly enough to look for coins on the ground. It's different. It has a thick smell, 100 times thicker than this one. Chen Zhao wasn't in the mood. He wasn't interested even if it was $100. Go get it yourself. I'm not going. Chapter 167 I Would Rather I Didn't Find the Gold. Chapter 167 I Would Rather I Didn't Find the Gold. Chen Zhao was preparing supper for his demon pets. He planned to go to sleep right after that. Black Mammon's mouth was stuffed with meat, and his face was wet with tears. I'm already in love with the human world. I'm never ever going back to hell. This kid. How badly did he suffer in hell? Chen Zhao wondered. Leave some for your brother. Don't finish everything. Suddenly, a black figure jumped into the house. White Mammon's originally white hair was already stained with dirt, and his body was also somewhat wet. Master, look at what I've found. Is this valuable? White Mammon opened his mouth and a glittering gold bar dropped out. Chen Zhao's expression froze. Gold? He picked the gold bar up and realized that it was pretty heavy. It was real gold for sure. It should be a standard 1 kilogram gold bar. Master, the place that I've found is filled with this stuff, but I could only carry one back. Immediately, Chen Zhao kicked Black Mammon's ass. Black Mammon looked pitifully at Chen Zhao. Master, did I do something wrong? Your brother's working hard outside, helping me to earn money, while you're just here enjoying free food. Follow me. White Mammon, lead the way. White Mammon led them to a lake. It was precisely the lake beside the piece of land that Chen Zhao had wanted to purchase. Did you find that here? Chen Zhao asked, somewhat surprised. That's right. White Mammon hurriedly ran around the lake and reached the waterfall. Then, he walked into the waterfall. Soon, White Mammon came out with another gold bar. No longer able to restrain himself, Chen Zhao also charged into the waterfall. In the cave behind the waterfall, he saw 2 boxes filled with gold bars. He sat on the ground and started counting. There were 400 gold bars in total. From the gold bars' crafting, it was evident that this was not a treasure from man years ago. Judging from the rust on the box, Chen Zhao deduced that these gold bars had been hidden here for at most a month. White Mammon, are you sure it's ownerless? Master, I can only smell ownerless wealth. If it has an owner, I wouldn't have even smelled it. Chen Zhao searched the boxes again and actually found many passports. They had different names and identities, but photos of the same person. After some examination, Chen Zhao confirmed that they were left here by Tree Pempton. Should I take them for myself? Chen Zhao began to hesitate. This was a huge wealth for him, but also the compensation for those victims. Chen Zhao felt painful. This was the first time he felt so painful. It was so much money. As long as he kept these gold bars, he did not have to do anything for the rest of his life. It was enough wealth to sustain him until his death. Fuck, it would be better if I didn't find them, Chen Zhao muttered to himself. Fali had been awake all this while. She had been hearing the sounds of things coming in and going out of the house, but she had no idea what was happening. After 2 hours, she heard something again. Unable to control herself further, Fali walked out of the house and realized that it was Chen Zhao. The silly twins were right behind him with 2 bags on their backs. Actually, Chen Zhao could have used the spatial ring, but he had asked the silly twins to carry the gold back instead because of his bad mood. Chen, you went out to steal things? Chen Zhao threw the bags on the floor. Clang! It was all gold. Fali was flabbergasted. You really went out to steal things? Fuck no. They were hidden by Treed Pempton. I found them. Which means you're rich. Why is your face so dark? I have to give them to the fire victims' families for Treed. I would rather I didn't find them. Fali gasped. Are you really willing? How much money is this altogether? I'm not. Chen Zhao could even feel his teeth hurt. But even if I sell these gold for money, I won't dare to spend it. I can't live my life spending money that doesn't belong to me. I feel so uncomfortable. I would feel bad too. How about you keep some of it? It'll make you feel better. Never mind. They don't belong to me. Gritting his teeth, Chen Zhao made his decision. How do you plan to give them to the victims' families? Chapter 168 The Correct Way to Kidnap a Billionaire. Chapter 168 The Correct Way to Kidnap a Billionaire. An uproar erupted in the town that night. Practically everyone knew that the victims of the fire and their relatives all received a large amount of gold that night. No one could explain who exactly gave it to them. 3 families insisted that a wolf god gave them the gold. They also claimed that the town had an ancient wolf god legend. Chen Zhao woke up in the morning. Last night had been very busy. In the morning, the town was busy as well. A news channel even came to interview them, and many people brought out their gold as evident. Of course, this had nothing to do with Chen Zhao. Knock, knock. Chen Zhao opened the door. Bant was holding a freshly made pizza. Chen, I knew you'd get up now. Thanks. I'm hungry. You got new family members? Bant peered in and saw the silly twins curled up in the hallway. Yeah, I found them on the street. Chen, thank you. You already said that yesterday. I don't want to hear you say it every day. No, yesterday was for yesterday. Today is for today. They're 2 things. I don't understand. Okay, I'm leaving. Bye. Ban hugged Chen Zhao and walked away. Ken was a victim of the fire, so Chen Zhao obviously included them. The 8 bars of gold indeed helped them with their crisis. Even though Ban had seen through him, Chen Zhao still decided to pretend like he didn't understand. Some things could be known but didn't have to be said out loud. Actually, Chen Zhao was still in pain. He'd given out more than millions of dollars, but he felt like he'd done the stupidest thing in his life. Just then, Azina came over again. She yelped when she saw the silly twins. Oh my god, you got new pets? Are they wolves? No, they're Alaskan Huskies, just a bit bigger. Chen Zhao poured a glass of milk. Did you eat breakfast? Do you want to try Mary's cooking? Sure. What are their names? Black Mammon, White Mammon, Chen Zhao said. The silly twins were huge. Even Walter was a bit smaller than them. Azina looked even tinier before them. However, girls loved these furry animals. The silly twins had pretty fur too. Are you going out? Not in the morning, Chen Zhao answered. Going out in the afternoon. Yesterday and the day before, Chen Zhao was extremely nervous over Philip Quinn's matter. When he woke up, he realized that his nerves were all gone. He was even a bit excited to do something big in the afternoon. This was probably the reverse reaction after his fear or nerves reached the max limit. Anyway, he was excited. Perhaps this was because he no longer feared life or death. The closer they got to noon, the more excited Chen Zhao grew. Chen, what are you doing in the afternoon? Azina looked at him quizzically. You've been jumpy all morning. You're not going to go rob someone, right? This is for adults. I might not come back tonight after going out. help me take care of them. Can I bring them home? Sure, Chen Zhao said, nodding. After the job in the afternoon, he also had to attend Leonardo's birthday at night. There probably won't be anyone at home the entire day, so he could have Azina help take care of the demons. What do you want to eat for lunch? I can make it, Chen Zhao said. Barbecue. That won't show my cooking skills at all. What are you good at? Egg fried rice. This was probably Chen Zhao's first time going out without his toolkit after becoming an illegal doctor. To be honest, he felt weird leaving empty-handed. When he'd heard about Philip Quinn's disgusting history, especially Ethan and Caprice's daughter's inhumane experience, Chen Zhao had really wanted to smash that old man's head in. However, the consequences would be too severe, so Chen Zhao decided to attack after putting himself in a relatively safer position. It had to at least be a method that people couldn't get proof of. Fickly Street. A car crash caused a traffic jam on the entire street. By the time Chen Zhao got there, he couldn't go forward at all and could only go by foot. Just then, his phone rang. It was from Captain Lloyd Word. Mr. Chen, where are you right now? I'm at the entrance of Fickly Street. I think there's a car crash. I'm going to go look. No need, Lloyd said. We caused the traffic jam. Turn right and walk for 900 feet, then turn toward the Testa building and walk 600 feet. Sit in the open-air cafe and wait for my message. Chen Zhao went to the designated location. He ordered a cup of coffee and sat down. As soon as he did so, he saw a couple fighting. Sobbing, the girl ran into the street and was hit forcefully by a car. Chen Zhao froze. He was just about to get up and check when the man sitting at the same table grabbed his arm. Mr. Chen, this was arranged. Chen Zhao's face filled with shock. Your captain? The man didn't reply. He jutted his chin out. Chen Zhao followed in that direction and saw 3 identical black cars stopped on the road. A siren sounded, but the ambulance was stuck behind the 3 cars. The front of the road was jammed because the woman had been hit. The cars also couldn't reverse because the ambulance had arrived. Philip Quinn is in one of those 3 cars? Yes. How do I get close? As soon as Chen Zhao asked, the fire hydrant beside the road exploded. A beam of water sprayed out. The road started filling with water and was soon half covered. The men in the cars were forced to get out. Chen Zhao saw the old man in the middle car. He was brought out by bodyguards from the other 2 cars. Philip was surrounded by a dozen bodyguards in black. Each guard was huge and muscular, and they circled Philip. Their destination was probably close by, so they decided to walk. But as soon as they walked out of the fire hydrant's range, traffic started flowing again. The men had to get back in their cars. The moment they sent their boss to the car, it accelerated without waiting for the other guards to get on. Chen Zhao had witnessed it all and he was utterly impressed. It had only been 1 minute from Philip and his guards getting out of the car to getting in again. But in that 1 minute, the driver had changed. Chapter 169 Be Spider-Man for Once. Chapter 169 Be Spider-Man for Once. The bodyguards quickly charged into the other 2 cars and started chasing their boss's car. Chen Zhao looked at the person beside him. Where do I go now? Wait here. Indeed, in less than 3 minutes, the car that carried Philip Quinn returned and it had already lost the bodyguards' cars. Chen Zhao could not help but admire the importance of professionalism. The kidnap looked just like a movie scene. All the routes and timings had been planned perfectly. I don't understand why you didn't do this on Fickly Street directly. The road on Fickly Street is wider. Even if we created an accident to block the road, it would soon be cleared. Also, there are cameras along that road which would capture everything, but no cameras on this road. The person beside Chen Zhao replied. Then why did you burst that fire hydrant? I can't figure out its purpose. To obstruct the driver's view. In order for our people to replace the driver, we would need to get close to the car. Philip's driver is a professional bodyguard too. If we went near the car under normal circumstances, we would have certainly drawn his attention. Therefore, we must block his view before we could appear before the car unnoticed, and then replace him. The person beside Chen Zhao paused and patted his shoulder. You can enter the car now. Philip is in there. Chen Zhao boarded the car. In the car, there was an unconscious old man, but it was not Philip Quinn. Chen Zhao's expression changed. Why is he not Philip? The driver turned his head and asked in puzzlement. He's not Philip? No. Chen Zhao shook his head. It's a trap. He's a substitute. The driver's face also darkened. Let's go. He must have a tracker on his body. Don't stay in the car. The driver left the car with Chen Zhao and then glanced at him. I'm Captain Lloyd Word. In my plan, I didn't even think about whether there might be a substitute. Philip has no record of using a substitute before, so it's our mistake. According to our agreement, we only take half the price. Even if you want to continue with this mission, we will still only charge you half the original price. No need. Chen Zhao shook his head, feeling rather stressed. I'll transfer you the money. We won't owe each other anything. Captain Lloyd Word glanced at Chen Zhao, looking as if he wanted to say something. In the end, however, he still remained silent. Chen Zhao turned around and walked away. He could feel a fire burning intensely in his body. Just then, Lloyd caught up with him again. Do you plan to act alone? You won't succeed. Gaia has told me that you're a very strong individual, but Philip's bodyguards are professional too. This time, it was a secret plot, but now, he will definitely be more alert. If you act harshly, I'm afraid you'll almost surely face a terrible death. Can I ask you something? What? Can you get CL Building's security information? You want to intrude into CL Building directly? If you can give me the security information, I'll appreciate it a lot. At least I'll feel that I didn't waste my money. I've studied CL Building before. Philip owns the top 3 floors. He lives on the 129th floor, his bodyguards live on the 130th floor, while the 128th floor is their activity area. It's completely impossible to sneak into his level from the main gate. You need an access card to enter CL Building in the first place. If you attempt to take the elevator to the 128th floor, there'll be manual identification. Once they mark you as an intruder, the 129th floor will be entirely sealed off. What if I enter from the sky? You mean helicopter or parachuting? That's basically impossible as well. Although there's a helipad on the rooftop, there's also 24-hour security. So it's almost impossible to intrude into CL Building? The reality isn't a movie. The various miracles in movies are nearly impossible to achieve in reality, Lloyd said. CL Building has a perfect security system. You won't be able to enter it successfully unless you destroy the building with strong firepower or you find Spider-Man and ask him to climb up the outer walls. Climb up the outer walls? Don't even think about it. CL Building has 130 floors. Nobody can climb 129 floors. What tools do I need to climb CL Building? Chen Zhao asked. Are you mad? I said it's impossible. Nobody can be that strong. Do you have the tools? Are you serious? Lloyd gazed at Chen Zhao. Do I look like I'm joking with you? Chen Zhao said with a straight face. Do you have rock climbing experience? No. How about building climbing experience? No. Lloyd felt that Chen Zhao was merely looking for a way to kill himself. Lloyd stared at Chen Zhao. Is your hatred towards Philip really so intense? I need to make up for my mistake. What did you do wrong? I gave him health. It's time for me to take it back. As a mercenary, Lloyd obviously knew about Philip's various crimes. After some silence, Lloyd offered, I can give you a set of Spider-Man gear, and also provide you with some help as an individual. 8 p.m. at night. Lloyd sat in an official car, looking at CL Building with an infrared telescope. Then, he took out his walkie-talkie. Try the 4 suction cups now and see if they're working. Yes. Everything's normal. I can't see you yet. Try to climb 20 meters up, Lloyd instructed. Very soon, Qin Zhao climbed 20 meters up the south wall of CL building with the help of the suction cups. Wearing a tight Spider-Man outfit, he was literally cosplaying Spider-Man. To be honest, when Qin Zhao looked down from 20 meters high, he already felt pretty dizzy. Climbing up the outer wall was scarier than he had imagined. Just then, he heard Lloyd from his headset. "How do you feel? You can still give up now." "I'll continue," Qin Zhao said, trying to control his fear. "Then from now on, I'll try to speak with you as little as possible. You won't have to spend too much energy talking. No, continue to speak with me. It can distract me from my fear," Qin Zhao said. "Are you sure?" "Yes," Qin Zhao confirmed. "Tell me what happened between you and Philip." "Actually, I've only met him once." Lloyd quietly listened to Qin Zhao's story. To be honest, he had the same feeling as Qin Zhao. This kind of scumbag should have died in jail. From a moral perspective, Qin Zhao was not wrong when he healed Philip. Therefore, Lloyd could also understand why Qin Zhao wanted to kill Philip so badly. "Tell me your current position." "My indicator shows I'm 135 meters above the ground." "Do you think you can still continue?" "Yes. I'm actually no longer afraid of heights now." "Can you tell me your breathing rate?" 38 times per minute. Chapter 170 Crazy Fitness. Chapter 170 Crazy Fitness. Half an hour later, Qin Zhao already reached the 80th floor. Lloyd Ward was surprised. Even climbing stairs inside shouldn't be so fast, but Qin Zhao had reached the 80th floor in half an hour. Lloyd might be able to get there, but he'd need to rest and take at least 3 hours. This guy's body was crazy. Just then, Qin Zhao's phone rang. "Hello, Qin? Where are you?" Qin Zhao could tell it was Fali's voice. "I'm busy." "You're still working?" "We said we're going to Leonardo's birthday party together. Sienna, David, and Chris are with me already. You're the only one missing." "Soon. I'll get over there soon." "You sound out of breath. Don't tell me you're night jogging again." "No, I really am working." "Okay, hurry up." "Oh, can you help me buy a gift?" "What do you have in mind?" "Can you help me buy Leonardo a watch?" "What kind?" "Within $1,000. Lloyd was listening to Qin Zhao and Fali's conversation too. He was a bit speechless. This guy wasn't the normal kind of fit. How could he have the energy to discuss a friend's birthday party when he was so high in the air? His mouth never stopped the entire time too. Talking while doing such tiring labor would use up much more energy. After Qin Zhao hung up, Lloyd said, "Qin, you still have 20 levels before 129. You can hurry up if you still have the energy." Qin Zhao pulled off the suction cup of his left hand and started speeding up. The main part of the Spider-Man gear were the suction cups. The man-made fiber cups were very resilient and had many tiny holes. The holes would balance the air pressure within 5 seconds if the suction cups were placed on a smooth and flat surface. This reduced the suction of the cups, meaning he had to keep climbing and couldn't rest. Lloyd looked through the binoculars. Qin Zhao had obviously sped up. This guy was practically a monster. How did he train? Maybe Lloyd had to ask him for some tips. Qin Zhao suddenly had motivation, a lot of motivation. Boundless energy seemed to flow out of him. Thinking that he could soon see Philip and make him pay, Qin Zhao grew very excited. "Qin, you're there. Use the main suction cup to stabilize yourself," Lloyd said. "Use the iron pen to break the glass." Qin Zhao drew a circle on the glass and then smacked it. The entire piece of tempered glass flew in. Qin Zhao was finally able to go in. He put on the night vision glasses and turned off the walkie-talkie. He had to admit that Philip Quinn's wealth allowed his life to be unimaginably opulent. The entire 129th floor was his. Qin Zhao looked at Philip, who was lying on the large bed. He was sure that this was Philip. He was deep asleep now. Qin Zhao pounced directly onto him. Philip woke up with a start, but he quickly realized that his mouth was covered. Under the faint light from the window, he could vaguely make out a figure in a Spider-Man costume. Have you seen hell before? Chen Zhao's voice had changed due to the headpiece. A heavy bell suddenly rang out in Philip's mind. It was the death toll from hell. He realized that lava started flowing around him. The dark horizon was like the end of the world. Looking at the terrified Philip, Chen Zhao finally smiled happily. After using Hell Knell, he also gave Philip the spiritual sting. These two spells together resulted in double the psychological torture. Chen Zhao wasn't satisfied though. Merely psychological torture couldn't satisfy him. He took out a bottle of potion called Blood of Decay. He'd prepared this just for Philip. After pouring the Blood of Decay into Philip's mouth, Chen Zhao knocked him out. Lloyd had said that after successfully infiltrating the room, Philip couldn't make a single sound or movement. They didn't know if there were any alarms in the room or bed. Chen Zhao returned to the hole in the glass and jumped out. The moment he started falling, he opened his parachute. It was his first time parachuting and it was from a low altitude too. Low-altitude parachuting was more dangerous than from a high altitude. It could be fatal for a newbie like Chen Zhao, but it was the only way to escape. It wasn't like he could climb back down. The parachute slowly dropped to the designated location. Lloyd was there waiting. Did you succeed? Yes. Chen Zhao ripped off his mask and panted heavily. Did you kill him? No, but I can make it more painful than death. An excited and cruel smile appeared on Chen Zhao's face. I didn't think such a bizarre plan would be so successful. Can you give me a ride? Of course. To where? The car stopped at Leonardo's entrance. Chen Zhao and Lloyd hugged. Captain, thank you. If you need help, please contact me. No problem. I have a daughter too, so I think what you did was right. Goodbye. Bye. Lloyd drove the car away, but Chen Zhao stayed at the door. He put on the Spider-Man costume again while calling Fali. Fali, are you still at Leonardo's house? Yeah. He asked why you're not here. I'm outside. Where's the gift you helped me buy? It's on me. Take it to the bathroom. Chen Zhao snuck into Leonardo's house. After infiltrating CL building, he felt like this was a piece of cake. When Fali saw a Spider-Man climb into the bathroom window, she almost freaked out. Sure, it's me. Chun? It's me. You're late because of this outfit? No, I had an emergency patient. I had to do some special treatment. Fine. How do you want to make your entrance? Just then, the bathroom door opened. Leonardo stood in the doorway, staring at Fali and Spider-Man in shock. Did I come at the wrong time? Leonardo gaped. Leonardo, you ruined my grand entrance, you know? Chapter 171 Birthday Party and Rufford's Comeback Race. Chapter 171 Birthday Party and Rufford's Comeback Race. Leonardo had initially been somewhat disappointed by Chen Zhao's absence, but he did not expect Chen Zhao to have actually put in so much effort just to surprise him at his birthday party. Immediately, he felt rather touched. Leonardo, this is for you. Chen Zhao passed Leonardo a gift box. Thank you, Chen. You look really handsome in this outfit. Well, I take it as a white lie. I'm serious. You indeed look great. The three returned to the living room. Sienna, Chris and David were all already there. With colored ribbons everywhere, the living room was enveloped in a festive atmosphere. Chin, here you are! Why are you in a Spider-Man costume? Chin, you're late. Finish this bottle first. David threw Chen Zhao a bottle of beer. Isn't it boring to just drink like this? Let's have some programs. Me. Fali was not shy at all. Find me a pole. Are you going to pole dance? I learned it before, Fali said, but it'll be my first time dancing outside class. In fact, contrary to popular belief, pole dance was not just an erotic dance. There were even international competitions in professional pole dancing, including both male and female divisions. Moreover, pole dancing was actually a good way to maintain one's shape. Leonardo found a pole and also held the pole vertical. Fali danced around Leonardo, performing teasing actions every now and then. It was almost like a welfare Fali gave to the birthday boy. After the dance, everyone's mood was heightened further. Fali, during my next birthday, dance for me too. David laughed. Me too. Me too. Chen Zhao echoed. At the birthday party, the group sang and jumped around. Leonardo, my friend has a track and field competition later at LA Memorial Coliseum. I've asked him to give me a few tickets. How about we go and watch his competition together, and then go to a bar and drink all night? Chen Zhao suggested. Sure. Now? Of course. His competition is in an hour's time. We can still make it in time. Chen Zhao had already asked Board to wait outside the stadium with the tickets. Therefore, when they arrived at the stadium, they received their tickets straight away. Chen, which one is your friend? Rufford. Have you heard of him before? No, but henceforth I shall be his loyal fan. The competition was a star invitational and there were many famous athletes from all over the world. The atmosphere in the stadium was very lively. Americans surely loved track and field, and America was also very strong in the sport. America's track and field had always been the best in the world. There was such a saying, Bolt dominated sprinting, while Americans dominated track and field. This was certainly not an exaggeration, because America's track and field results had indeed been way ahead of the other countries. 100-meter sprint had always been a major and also the most popular part of track and field. Thus, when the sprinters entered the field, the audience was lit with enthusiasm. Then, the host started to announce each athlete's name. Whenever an athlete's name was called, the applause and cheers from the audience would reflect his popularity and reputation. When Rufford's name was announced, however, almost nothing could be heard from the audience. Not a lot of people knew him at all. David, let's cheer for him! Together. David stood up and took out a plastic loudspeaker. The group stood in a row and shouted together. Rufford, all the best! Rufford's originally calm mood was enlivened at once. He saw Chen Zhao and the people beside him. Their cheer was very abrupt, but it ignited all the blood in his body. The referee signaled all the participants to get ready. Rufford placed his right foot on the start line and got into position. Following the gunshot, the 8 sprinters flew across the track like 8 rainbows. A deafening silence erupted among the audience as everyone stared firmly at the sprinters. In just 10 seconds, the competition was over. The audience was stirred up again. A number appeared on the screen. Downwind 1 meter per second, 9:69. Who is it? Who achieved this result? A name appeared on the screen, Rufford Kieran. All the audience were bubbling with excitement. It was so far the best result to be achieved in international competitions that year. While it did not break the world record, it was still an amazing achievement. With this result, the sprinter would very likely win the championship even in Diamond League or Golden League. Moreover, this result entered the top 3 among all the 100-meter sprint records in America. Of course, it was still significantly slower than the world record of 9:58 seconds. To sprinters, 1/10 of a second was already a very huge difference, hence the saying, Bolt dominated sprinting. He was much better than all the other sprinters. Rufford ran along the side of the track in excitement. He had actually won the Star Invitational and achieved such a fantastic result. In addition, he also became the 3rd 100m sprinter to achieve a timing of 9:07 seconds. He was destined to be the spotlight of the night. At the moment, all the media teams in the stadium were crowding around and interviewing him. I need to thank one person. He's my personal doctor. When everyone gave up on me, when the club gave up on me, he gave me hope. He gave me courage and confidence. When I was totally broke, he helped me. I also need to thank my coach, Mr. Board. Chen Zhao and his friends only managed to meet Rufford half an hour after the prize-giving ceremony. Board was beside Rufford too. When Rufford saw Chen Zhao, he immediately gave Chen Zhao a warm hug. Rufford had yet to fully calm down from his victory. Qin Zhao introduced his friends to him one by one. Rufford, do you still have any competitions in the next few days? I have 2 national competitions. Then I won't ask you to come and drink with us. Take care of your body. Have fun! Rufford also wanted to go and play with Qin Zhao, but as an athlete, he knew that keeping sober and healthy was the wiser choice. Furthermore, if he chose to go out and play, he would inevitably eat food that was unhealthy or even contained hormones. Usually, an athlete would be banned from eating outside food half a month before a competition. After bidding Rufford goodbye, Qin Zhao and his friends started their plan to drink through the night. Does anyone know where's the nearest bar? Me! I'll lead the way, David offered. Qin Zhao had never been so relaxed before. Finishing Philip Quinn and then partying with his friends made him feel better than ever. Chapter 172 Playing to the Police Station. Chapter 172 Playing to the Police Station. Leonardo, you keep staring at that pretty blonde. She your type? Leonardo was a bit shy. She's pretty. Then go and get her number. I don't know her. How can I get her number? Then you'll have to ask Qin, Chris said. He asked for my number the first time we met. Leonardo, if you can get her number, I'll pay tonight, Qin Zhao said. But... Go, don't be scared. Everyone was tipsy now. Encouraged by them all, Leonardo gathered his courage and walked toward the pretty blonde. Miss, can I have your number? The girl glanced at Leonardo, rolled her eyes, and turned around. Leonardo came back, head hanging low. Chris looked at Qin Zhao. You go. Qin Zhao stood up and walked to the blonde. Can I sit here? She glanced at Qin Zhao and nodded. Are you alone or waiting for friends? Alone, the blonde replied. After alcohol enters your body, it'll mix into your blood. If you talk to someone, you'll take in more oxygen. This can reduce the effect of the alcohol and speed up metabolism. That's why you should never drink by yourself. It's lonely, so I'll buy you this one. The blonde tried the drink and scooted closer to Qin Zhao. Her red lips carried an intoxicating fragrance. You know what makes the drunkenness go away even faster? Intense exercise and sweating. Sweat can expel alcohol too. This is my hotel room number and my phone number. If you need to get sober, you can come find me tonight. Qin Zhao returned to the group with a triumphant smile. Qin, you're too awesome. How did you do that? It's a skill. Let's play cards, Sienna said. Yeah, let's play. 10 rounds later, Qin Zhao and Sienna practically never lost. Sienna, can you make that guy behind you stop walking around? Qin Zhao called out. Your cheating is so obvious. There's someone behind Sienna? Leonardo asked, confused. Chris, David, and Fali all knew what Qin Zhao meant. They just didn't explain it. Don't say you didn't cheat. It's only cheating if you get caught. Otherwise, it's a skill. You're all so powerful. Can you not trick us normal people? They were kind of drunk now. Just then, a big guy with a beard, leather jacket, and bandana walked over to Fali. Miss, can I have this dance? Sorry, I have a partner. Fali held on to Qin Zhao's arm. That Asian? The big guy looked down drunkenly at Qin Zhao. Go away. Don't cause trouble for yourself. Qin Zhao stood up, swaying. Boom. The big guy punched straight at Qin Zhao's face, sending him to the ground. But then he picked himself up again. Like an angry bull, Qin Zhao headbutted the big guy's chest, pushing him to the center of the dance floor. Qin Zhao pressed him down and started raining down blows. An hour later, Qin Zhao sat in the police station with a bruised face. David, Leonardo, Fali, Chris, and Sienna all sat beside him. They were much more sober now. 4 big guys sat across from them with similar bruised faces. The bar owner had called the cops on them for public fighting. Reality proved that one's skills and street fighting weren't really related. In a chaotic fight like this, it was just a punch from you and a kick from me. The 4 across from them weren't easy targets. They were all from a biker gang and practically 10 feet tall. They were very muscular and probably twice as big as Chen Zhao. Fighting was an everyday thing for them. Compared to Chen Zhao's group of 6 rookies, it was much easier for them. They didn't have an advantage in this fight though. Chen Zhao and David were like human dragons. They could take on 2 each with no problem. In the fight, both sides were hurt, but the 4 bikers had more serious injuries. Leonardo broke his left arm and had a cast now. 2 of the bikers also had casts. "Hey, you're all pretty strong," the big bearded guy said. He was the cause of this conflict. He was the one who'd started fighting with Chen Zhao, but he didn't get angry at Chen Zhao's group because of this. Fighting was like eating to bikers. They moved on after each fight ended. They wouldn't hold grudges just because they'd fought. "You're not bad either." Melson walked over. "Sign this and you can leave." The 2 didn't plan on suing the other, so there was no need to go to court. After the bikers left, Leonardo cowered a little when faced with Melson. "Chen, I didn't think that you'd know how to fight. You finally got some blackmail material on me?" Chen Zhao touched the bruise on his cheek. It was still hurting. "Oh, right. Chen, I heard that the fire victims in Mountain Village all got a mysterious gift. Do you know about this?" "It's not a secret." "Of course I know. It doesn't have anything to do with you, right?" "If it's me, I'd definitely keep the gold," Chen Zhao said matter-of-factly. "I wouldn't do all that." "Fine." Melson didn't plan on continuing to ask. He turned to Leonardo. "Today's your birthday, so I won't yell at you. Hand a report to my office tomorrow." The farce was finally over. They all walked out of the police station. However, they were all happy tonight. Even though they'd ended up at the cops, it was still an interesting experience. "Thank you for giving me a beautiful birthday party." Leonardo hugged everyone. "As long as you don't think we ruined your birthday." "No way," Leonardo said genuinely. "This is the happiest night of my life." "Even better than when you lost your virginity?" David asked. Leonardo was speechless. This was a very meaningful night to him. It was also a meaningful night for Chen Zhao. Everyone was tired after the eventful night though, so they all went back home. Chapter 173 I Smell Wealth. Chapter 173 I Smell Wealth. The next day, Chen Zhao actually woke up before Fali. Fali was too exhausted from the previous night. While Chen Zhao was tired too, he rested very well precisely because he was relaxed. Nevertheless, Chen Zhao was awakened by the doorbell. Azina and Dion were outside the door. Behind them were Beelzebub, Carrie, Obitos, and the silly twins. Raymond had wrapped himself around Beelzebub's neck. Lastly, Walter was still at the coastal rescue team. Robio would look after him. Because Fali had perhaps encountered a supernatural event the day before the last day, Chen Zhao had decided to let Walter accompany her. Also, because of Leonardo's birthday party the last day, they did not bring Walter back. "Chen, here are your pets." "Thanks. Did they cause you any trouble yesterday?" "To be honest, I was indeed shocked when Azina brought them back yesterday, but soon I discovered that they are much smarter than I thought. Even Raymond surprised me." "Chen, are you an animal trainer?" "Haha. I'm a doctor." "Dad, can I invite them to our home again next time?" "Of course, but you have to ask Chen first." "Chen, can I?" Azina asked, looking at Chen Zhao. "Sure. Dad, I want to stay here and play with them. Remember to come back for lunch." Among Chen Zhao's demon servants, the silly twins should be the most obedient ones. Their lives had been difficult since young. One day, suddenly, they could eat all the meat they wanted. They could even occasionally get demonic crystals for dessert. It was thus not hard to imagine how happy and docile they were. At the start, Chen Zhao had really thought that they were two irritable and proud demons. After just one test, they had completely exposed their true nature. They had long thrown away their pride as demons. Just like how a classic saying goes, they would submit to whoever that fed them. They would befriend anyone who gave them food. Although their appearances were indeed wolves, they were more like two huskies, except that they were larger and had bigger appetites. According to them, they had never had a satisfying meal in hell before. Now that they had Qin Zhao as their master, they had to make up for the food that they had missed. When Qin Zhao heard that, his face was filled with mere contempt. As subordinates of one of the 7 great demon kings, their situation was really embarrassing. Look at the subordinate of Raymond Stees, the king of lust, or Beelzebub, a subordinate of the king of gluttony. While they might not be that powerful, they at least had their own territories. Their ranks were not high, but they still had their own homes and jobs. In comparison, the silly twins were just 2 tramps. Azina played until noon and left. Qin Zhao only called Fali up for lunch. "Fali, are you going to work today?" "Yup. I didn't tell Robio that I would be absent in the morning." Fali would never pretend to be a gentlewoman in front of Qin Zhao. She had a drink as she stuffed her mouth with food. Because she had to go to the coastal rescue team in the afternoon, she could not drink alcohol. If this was dinner instead, Fali would certainly be holding a can of beer. "Why don't you go to Angel Beach with me? You can play there and we can come back together at night." "Sure." Qin Zhao also wanted to relax for a few days, so he did not reject Fali's invitation. "Can they go too?" Qin Zhao was worried for none of his pets but Obitos. The other demons were either dogs or dog-like. On the other hand, Obitos was a giant lizard. About as big as an adult Komodo dragon, he looked really frightening. Fali was already used to it, so she would not feel scared. However, if Obitos was brought to the beach, he could probably shock the tourists out of their wits. "Of course. We can leave Obitos to sunbathe at the HQ," Fali said, throwing Obitos a piece of meat meanwhile. The entire family barely managed to fit into Fali's small car. Qin Zhao sat on the front passenger seat. On the rear seats, the silly twins already occupied the majority of the space available. There were still the similarly big Obitos, Beelzebub, Carrie, and Raymond. It was the first time the silly twins came out to play, so they looked particularly excited. They lied down near the windows, appreciating the scenery outside. When they arrived at the beach, the silly twins eagerly jumped out of the car. Their shoulder heights were already taller than Qin Zhao's waist. Indeed, they were 2 out-and-out huge wolves. Nevertheless, most people could not differentiate between huskies, Alaskan Malamutes, and wolves. Hence, none of the tourists thought that they were actual wolves. On the other hand, nobody dared to go near Obitos, who was lying on the ground. When Fali and Qin Zhao walked into the HQ of the coastal rescue team, they still managed to shock Robio. "What the fuck? Chen, is your home a zoo? Are these your pets?" Robio walked up and inspected the silly twins. "Are they wolves?" "Huh! You can tell? I worked in a zoo for 3 years before," Robio said. "Are you sure they won't hurt the tourists here? Black Ma, White Ma, roll on the ground. Dessert for tonight." At the moment, the 2 of them had long thrown away their pride as demons. They were thrilled by the word dessert. Robio looked at the silly twins in surprise. "They're really smart." "Huh! A lizard? What a special color! Is it a mutant? Give it a place to sunbathe, and I'll bring my other pets to play outside." "Oh yeah, where's Walter?" "He's already patrolling on the beach." "Qin, how did you train your pets?" "Walter now knows how to save a person without anyone's guidance. Our rescue team recently purchased 2 more dogs. Can you train them for me?" "Don't even think about it. I'm busy enough." "You're busy and yet you're here to play? We've known each other for so long, and this is my first time here. Doesn't that show how busy I am? Do you want me to give up my rare free time and train the dogs for you?" Qin Zhao changed to his swim trunks and then went out to enjoy himself. The other pets had also left, but the silly twins still stayed beside Qin Zhao. To be honest, the silly twins were attracting too much attention. After all, they were really too big. Many kids walked up to either touch or hug them. "Master, I smell wealth." "Stop right there if it's coins again. I'm not here to pick up coins." Qin Zhao was very disappointed with White Ma's unreliable ability. In fact, He was even somewhat hopeless about their intelligence. He already had to spend a lot of time and effort to make the silly twins remember the different US notes, not to mention the even more complicated coin system. Although White Ma had indeed successfully found many gold bars last time, he was only being lucky. Qin Zhao did not believe that White Ma would be lucky for the second time. It's real. It smells very much like the gold last time, but it's rather faint. Maybe there aren't as many pieces, or perhaps they're too far away. Gold. Qin Zhao was energized at once. Can you locate the source? Chapter 174 The Town's Dog Craze. Chapter 174 The Town's Dog Craze. The scent is very faint, White Ma said. Is there a direction? Qin Zhao asked. The scent is very faint. Can you sense the amount? The scent is very. Qin Zhao kicked him to the ground. If you tell me the scent is faint again, we'll eat dog meat for dinner. White Ma felt wronged. He was telling the truth. Many people would accidentally lose change on the beach too, and the coins also had faint scents. It affected his senses. Qin Zhao didn't have any desire for change. They were only a couple of cents each. He probably couldn't get $100 even if he found all the coins on the beach. If it was paper money, it would be more obvious and people would get it before Qin Zhao. It wouldn't be as hidden as coins. Qin Zhao's phone rang. Ethan's excited voice streamed in from the other end. Qin, you did it, right? You did it! What are you talking about? That old bastard's in the hospital. The media caught Philip Quinn being taken into the hospital. His entire leg looks like it's rotting. He kept screaming on the stretcher. You did that, right? I don't know what you're talking about. I'm busy, gotta go. Wait, don't hang up! Ethan exclaimed. Shun, I had someone ask around. The police seem to have found some evidence to prove that Philip had been attacked at home. They're investigating already. Be careful. Oh, Qin Zhao replied calmly. At the same time, he wondered what evidence it could be. Was it Philip's hysterical testimony? No one would believe an old man, right? Oh, right. It was the hole in the wall that Qin Zhao had climbed in from. The hole was too obvious. He couldn't have covered it either. Qin Zhao didn't worry about it though. He believed that his plan yesterday was practically the perfect crime. Lloyd had helped him analyze the entire process. First was the climbing. Unless someone else had infrared binoculars too, no one else would be able to see Qin Zhao climbing CL building at night. Second, Qin Zhao had on the Spider-Man mask. His entire body was sealed, so he couldn't have left behind skin cells or hair in Philip's room. Then there was the parachuting. He'd painted it black, so it was difficult to be discovered. There was a small possibility that he left evidence while climbing and parachuting, but it was impossible to say it was him. He also had nothing to do with Philip, so no one would suspect him. The most critical point was that the police wouldn't think that someone had climbed up. They would only think that someone had climbed down. After all, climbing straight up for hundreds of meters was impossible in a short period. This wasn't like rock climbing either, which would be easier. There were places for resting while rock climbing. It wasn't impossible to rest in every path. There were chances to replenish one's energy. But in a crime, it was impossible to climb hundreds of meters in a short time. Instead of worrying if the police would find him, Qin Zhao would rather find some coins on the beach. The silly twins searched happily too. The more they found, the better they would eat that night. Many tourists on the beach came over to take pictures of them. Qin Zhao had hung a sign and Ken on their necks, "Please tip for selfies." He didn't write down a price, but they'd collected a kin of coins in an afternoon. After they found out that they could make money from pictures, they would stop those that didn't pay. They practically became the bullies of the beach. This was also why they became the most popular tourist attraction there. In the end, many tourists purposely didn't pay them so they could play around. No one cared about people who made money through pictures like this. After all, America didn't have city guards. There were a lot of buskers on the beach too. After finding this new and easy way to get rich, the silly twins didn't want to leave the beach. Unfortunately, the crowd thinned around the evening. Time to go. Fali collected her things and saw the 2 cans of money on the silly twins' necks. To be honest, she'd witnessed Chen Zhao summon these two. In the beginning, they'd given off a strong oppressive feeling, so she thought that they were cold and arrogant. Their performance at the beach today completely upended her impression of them. As long as the tourists gave money, they were willing to be petted, hugged, or ridden. Their statuses had completely been destroyed. They probably didn't even know that they'd once had an impressive image. Are we going straight home? Let's go to the supermarket and buy some dog food. In one night, they ate a month's supply of Beelzebub, Carrie, and Walter's food. They aren't normal wolves or dogs, right? Is it okay to give them dog food? Do you two like dog food? The silly twins nodded furiously without holding back. The sea wind on the coast highway was a bit chilly as it blew into the car. Even with a city like L.A., winter nights still made one feel cold. Qin Zhao didn't like having cold air blow in his face, but the silly twins didn't care about the others. They enjoyed the wind, hoping they could continue tomorrow. It was their first time truly making money. They'd earned the money for buying the dog food today too. When they reached the supermarket in town, Chen Zhao left the pets at customer service, but the worker actually told him that dogs could be taken inside. This was strange because the supermarket always had a clear sign saying that pets weren't allowed. After asking, they learned that the town suddenly had a dog craze. In 2 days there were 100 new dogs in town. Most of them were huskies as well. The silly twins were too big, but the worker still saw them as huskies. When Qin Zhao brought them into the supermarket, he realized that there really were other customers with their dogs. Chapter 175 Killer Coin. Chapter 175 Killer Coin. Fali, did you just receive your pay? No. Then why did you take so much stuff? You're not expecting me to pay for those cosmetics, are you? Fali rolled her eyes. Of course I'm paying myself. Those things cost more than 1,000, right? When I wanted to borrow money from you the day before yesterday, you said you didn't have any. I'm going to use my credit card. Fali rolled her eyes at Qin Zhao again. My dad gave it to me. You're still using your family's money when you've already been working outside for a few years? Yeah, I know. I'm used to splurging. My dad also knows that my current work certainly can't sustain my spending. So your family's quite rich, I suppose? I would say so. At least my dad's income should be pretty high. After they left the supermarket, they filled the trunk of the car with stuff. Ukla. Smith, it's late. Aren't you going back? Smith lifted his head, adjusted his glasses, and replied, Not yet. I still need to organize the data I got today. Smith was a historian. He had obtained his PhD at UCLA. Currently, he was a lecturer in UCLA. His main research interests included the Maya civilization and the Inca Empire. He had led teams deep into the Amazon rainforest several times to find traces of the Maya civilization. Also, he had brought many relics back, including many with important historical or research value. Smith was indeed successful in his career and also had a loving family. However, 12 years ago, Smith suddenly divorced his wife. That time, all his colleagues were bewildered. They did not understand why the two would divorce despite their seemingly stable relationship. Furthermore, after his divorce, Smith had become very dispirited. The once admirable, elegant, and handsome lecturer was gone, replaced instead by a decadent, slovenly man whose face was permanently filled with an untidy beard and whose body always emitted an unpleasant odor. After the last colleague left the lab, Smith stood up and took out a coin from his pocket. Staring at the coin in his hand, his eyes were filled with a complicated look. He had found the coin in one of the ruins of the Maya civilization. That time, a rich man who wanted the coin had already contacted him in advance. Smith accepted the deal because he really needed money. Moreover, the rich man had offered him a very high price. Therefore, he secretly brought the coin out of the ruin and did not inform the archaeology team. Little did he expect it to be a cursed coin. Since the day he received the coin, he had been surrounded by bad luck. The first victim was the rich man. The day after they completed the trade, the rich man died in his own house. The coin also eerily appeared in his pocket again. Next, his pregnant wife miscarried due to an accident. Because of this, they eventually divorced. By then, Smith had already realized the coin's peculiar and ominous nature. He tried to destroy the coin. He took the coin to one of the buildings in the university and dissolved it with sulfuric acid. The coin vanished completely before him, but tragedy happened again. That day, about a dozen students wanted to steal from the warehouse. Coincidentally, Smith had just taken the sulfuric acid from the warehouse and forgotten to lock the door. The students successfully entered the warehouse. When they were discovered by others, they were already dead in the warehouse, killed by chemical poisoning. In addition, the supposedly destroyed coin appeared before Smith again. That time, he had yet to realize the severity of the issue. He tried to destroy the coin a few more times, but he would always get the coin back again in peculiar ways. No matter where he left the coin or how he destroyed the coin, it would return to him in the end. In addition, he discovered a pattern. The more severe he damaged the coin, the more severe the accident would be. Also, the accidents all occurred beside him. However, he also found out that every time a person died, he would obtain a corresponding amount of wealth. Before the rich man died, he had obtained a huge amount of money from the man. When the students died in the warehouse, he won the second highest prize in Powerball, which was $1 million. It was almost as if the money was a reward for his work. At the start, Smith was thrilled, but soon, he was creeped out. Although he had received all the money legally, every time such a coincidence happened, he would have a sleepless night. Later, he tried to give the coin to others. However, the coin would still somehow return to him. The person who received the coin would also experience an accident, where the severity depended on the time he had the coin with him. Half a year ago, he went to Hawaii for a holiday and left the coin on the cruise. The next day, he received an inheritance from his grandfather whom he had not met for many years. It was a total of $20 million. Then, he heard that the cruise ship which he had been on was missing due to a storm. There were over 2,000 passengers on the cruise back then. Suddenly, the coin in Smith's hand began to tremble and give a buzzing sound. Again? Smith looked at the coin, after which he walked towards the now abandoned university building. In the past years, he had been studying the coin. Therefore, he now more or less knew the coin's characteristics. The coin seemed to feed on souls. The coin had two special states, one of which he called hunger. If it did not kill anyone for over a week and remained in Smith's possession, it would cause disaster to random people besides Smith. Every time, at least one person would be killed. The other state was full, just like now. The coin would buzz and tremble. When this happened, Smith had to find a place to release the extra souls from it. The abandoned building had become the perfect choice. Even Smith had no idea how many souls he had released into the abandoned building over these years. Thus, the abandoned building had also become an actual haunted place. Students who entered the building would eventually encounter accidents of various severity. The university had tried to demolish the abandoned building before, but again it was accompanied by accidents. One time, the university planned to demolish the old building by implosion. However, the explosives prepared by the engineering company blasted its own people into the sky instead. In another instance, there was a mechanical accident. When the excavator removed a wall, it fell down and killed 4 people. Since then, the abandoned building had been left untouched. After all, the amount of compensation that the university had paid was enough to buy a few pieces of land of similar size. Chapter 176 Big Client. Chapter 176 Big Client. Smith walked to the abandoned building and saw someone standing before it. It looked like a woman, but there was no light here, so he couldn't see her features clearly. The woman seemed to be talking to someone, but there was no one next to her. Smith hid to the side and watched the woman walk out. He vaguely heard her say, How come there are more evil spirits here again? He was shocked. Did this woman know about evil spirits? To be honest, Smith had caused all the paranormal activity here, but he'd never seen an evil spirit before. He didn't hesitate or doubt the term, evil spirit, like a normal person. He was sure about evil spirits, so his first impression was that this woman wasn't an average person. These evil spirits are so strange though. They seem to be missing something. Yeah, you're right. If that's the case, that person is going to die. The woman's voice faded into the distance. She seemed to be talking to an invisible person. Smith cared most that the woman had said, "That person is going to die." He didn't come out of hiding until the woman was completely gone. Looking at the coin in his hand, he knew that it couldn't be a good thing. However, it hadn't brought any disadvantages to him, so he never thought about if his life would be in danger. But when he heard that woman's last sentence, he had a feeling that she was talking about him. For the first time, he felt unsettled. No matter how many people this coin killed, Smith never felt unsettled. In the past, he felt guilty due to his morals and was worried about the consequences if the truth was revealed. Now, he actually felt unsettled because of a single sentence. Smith looked at the coin and grasped it. It was trembling slightly. He started hesitating if he should release the spirits in the filled coin. If he didn't, the coin would become scalding as if it had been baked. It kept following him too. Sometimes, Smith would toss it into a corner, but the next time he felt his pocket, he would find it there again. This was why Smith couldn't stand the feeling. After some experimenting, he found a way to release the spirits. If he dropped a drop of blood on the coin, it would release the evil spirits and go back to normal. Right now, he wondered if he could stuff the coin to death. Then perhaps he could be freed. He would never be followed by this nightmare again, and he could enjoy his life. Morning. Walter and I aren't coming back tonight, Fali said while brushing her teeth. They weren't dating, but they were used to living together now. They wouldn't hide their living habits from each other either. You're working overtime tonight? Yeah. If you run into something weird, remember to call Sienna or I. I know. After Fali left, Qinzhao got Ethan's call and went to the motel. As soon as Ethan saw him, he gave Qinzhao a check. Accepting it, Qinzhao glanced at it and asked, "What? Did you get some fatal disease and you're writing your will now? I know you spent a lot of money. I don't know what you're talking about. Just take it. You're crazy." Qinzhao stuffed the check back into Ethan's hands. "I heard that you're strapped recently," Ethan said. "How do you know?" "It's not hard to find out. You want to buy land in Mountain Town. I'm from there too, so I obviously know. Just see it as money I'm lending you and take it." "Fine. I'm borrowing this." Qinzhao thought for a bit and accepted the check. Ethan didn't inquire how Qinzhao had done it. He just knew that Qinzhao had done everything for him. For these things, they'd formed tacit understanding. Neither of them would pry too deeply into the other's secrets. Ethan wasn't an average motel owner either. "Oh, do you have any solutions for losing weight? You want to lose weight?" Qinzhao studied Ethan. "You're a bit fat right now, but you don't have persistence. Using drugs will harm you too. I think it's best for you to maintain your current weight." "Who said I want to lose weight? There's a big client that needs it. I'm not sure you can do it though." "Big client? How big?" $400,000. But the client wants to lose 160 pounds in 30 days. "Wait, 160 pounds? Are you sure it's not 16 pounds? Ethan took a picture out. When Qinzhao saw the girl, he was shocked. "Oh my god, she's a super fatty. She's practically a meatball. Is she rich?" "It's her dad's money, not hers." "I'll do it. Give me her address and contact info. Before that, can you get your dog spayed?" Ethan's tone changed 180 degrees. Qinzhao turned around and saw the silly twins circling Ethan's golden Sasha. The size difference was honestly too big though. Qinzhao worried for Sasha. Walter was okay. He was big, but he wasn't so big that Sasha couldn't take it. The silly twins really weren't suitable, though. Chen Zhao massaged his temples. Kicking them, he said, "You assholes! Sasha is Walter's wife." "Who said Sasha is gonna marry Walter?" Ethan shot back. "I don't agree. You're so old already and you still want to get involved in the kids' relationships. Where's your shame? Your Carrie is a female, right? I'll go get a male tomorrow," Ethan threatened. "Then you better get a lion. Otherwise, I'm afraid your pet won't be able to win Carrie over." A taxi parked before the motel, but whooshed away after seeing the silly twins behind Chen Zhao. Regardless of whether they were dangerous or not, it would be a problem if they peed on the car. "Ethan, can you drive us? For your commission? Why do you have to take them out? Can't you leave them at home? Just answer me. Will you drive or not? Seeing as I'll get $80,000 in commission, I'll drive you one last time. Can't you go buy a car? And then get a license?" Chapter 177 A Carefree Lady. Chapter 177 A Carefree Lady. It was not Chen Zhao's first time to Beverly Hills. To be honest, there were actually private manors which were more gorgeous than those in Beverly Hills. Nevertheless, the location and environment of Beverly Hills set it as a high-end residence community. Beverly Hills had several advantages over other communities: green hills, clear waters, and the sea. Moreover, it was filled with countless international brands. Ethan's car stopped before a moderately sized manor. Then, a housekeeper led Chen Zhao inside. "Mr. Chen, can you leave your pets here for now? We'll look after them for you." "Of course." The housekeeper called a few servants to take care of Chen Zhao's pets. In the manor, there was a large lawn on which his pets could run freely. To be frank, Chen Zhao would like to have such a big space too. His current house was sufficient for 1 or 2 people. However, it felt really crowded with Beelzebub and all the other pets. Usually, they had to have their meals outside the house. Chen Zhao's house was too small for all his pets to eat together. Soon, the housekeeper brought Chen Zhao into a large building. In the house was a middle-aged man with a mustache. When he saw Chen Zhao, he walked up and gave Chen Zhao a handshake. "Hi, you must be the doctor recommended by Ethan." The man was very gentlemanly. He was in fact the first gentlemanly rich man Chen Zhao had met. "Yes. I'm Chen Zhao. You can call me Doman. Mr. Doman, I heard that your daughter needs to lose weight. Is that right?" "Yes." "Have you seen my daughter's photo?" "Yup, but I still need to confirm it myself." "Mr. Doman took out a photo. The girl in the photo should be the same as the one in the photo Chenzad had seen earlier, although they differed greatly in size. "My daughter had 3 dating experiences. When she was 18, her first boyfriend broke up with her. Since then, she abandoned herself to despair. Her second and third boyfriends all broke up with her because of her weight. Now, she doesn't leave her room at all and has already been suspended from school for an entire year. Is she home now?" "Yes." "I'll bring you to her." Chen Zhao nodded. He followed Mr. Doman to the last room. Mr. Doman knocked on the door. "Normans, can I come in?" A female voice inside responded, and Mr. Doman pushed the door open. Immediately, Chen Zhao saw a meatball lying on 2 tatamas that were placed side by side. She was playing a console game, and beside her was a pile of food of various kinds. Because the curtains were closed, the room was rather dim. The whole room was filled with nothing other than the sound from the game. Since Mr. Doman came in, Normans had been attentively playing the game, not bothered to even turn her head around. "Normans, can't you see that we have a guest? Have you even forgotten the most basic manners? You need to respect every person." Normans turned her head and finally saw Chen Zhao beside her father. "Hi," Normans greeted casually. "He's your slimming coach. Dad, I'm not planning to lose weight. Don't arrange whatever slimming coaches for me again." "No. Normans, you need to change now." Mr. Doman sounded very firm and determined. "I've never cared about your future. I thought that you can control it yourself, but from the look of it, you don't have enough self-restraint. You can't even control your own shape, let alone your life. So from now on, I insist that you listen to me. No! You don't have a choice. Mr. Doman was resolute. Normans turned her head and stared at Chen Zhao with a hostile look. She weighed 140 kilograms, which was almost twice as heavy as Chen Zhao. Chen Zhao was 1.8 meters tall and weighed 75 kilograms, but in front of Normans, he looked tiny. Fine, but you better hope that he can persist till the end. Mr. Chen, have a chat with Normans. I'll go out first. Alone with Normans, Chen Zhao actually felt slightly lost. Norman stood up. She was not short, having a height of over 1.7 meters. Together with her weight, when she stood before Chen Zhao, she looked like a mountain-sized demon queen. The clothes on her body were far from sufficient to cover her thick legs and bloated belly, while her messy hair turned her into a truly insane woman. Kid, do you know that I've learned wrestling in school? What a coincidence. Me too. Chen Zhao shrugged. Chen Zhao would definitely not give up this client, even if it was just for the $400,000 pay. Then let's see if you're good enough to become my slimming coach. Crash. Norman's was completely unreasonable and undisciplined. When Chen Zhao was still processing the meaning of her last sentence, Norman's had already leaped towards him. At once, Chen Zhao felt as if a mountain was collapsing on him. He could not even breathe, because Norman's enlarged belly had covered his entire face. Chen Zhao used all his might to push Norman's away, but she charged towards him again immediately. This time, however, Chen Zhao was prepared. He rolled to the side and dodged Norman's pounce. Right away, before Norman's could get up, he jumped onto Norman's back and pushed her to the ground. However, to Norman's, Chen Zhao was as light as a feather. Perhaps Chen Zhao was physically stronger than her, but he was unable to unleash his full strength when he had no support. Norman's managed to stand up straight away. She reached her arms out and attempted to grab Chen Zhao, who was on her back, but her arms were too short and swollen. Instead, she fell down backwards directly. Chen Zhao took another heavy hit. He had nowhere to display his boxing skills. Chen Zhao lifted his knees and pushed them against Norman's back. Straightening his arms with all his strength, he managed to hold Norman's in the air entirely. The door suddenly opened. Mr. Doman looked at the weird posture between Chen Zhao and Norman's. Sorry. I forgot to knock. Then, he left the room again and closed the door. The next instant, the two resumed their wrestling session. The room was a complete mess. In the end, Chen Zhao finally managed to subdue Norman's. Fuck. I knew I wasn't going to get the 400,000 that easily. Stop! Stop! Chen Zhao was really exhausted. Fighting with Norman's was more tiring than climbing a 100-story building. Chen Zhao would rather fight with Gaia than with Norman's, because his punches would be ineffective if they were too light and would hurt Norman's if they were too powerful. This would not be a problem with Gaia, for she knew how to handle Chen Zhao's attacks. Norman's, do you want to be a pig forever? Fuck off. It's none of your business. Whether you're a fat pig or not isn't my business, but your dad's going to pay me. I need the money, so you don't have a choice. Do you think I'll cooperate with you? Chapter 178 I Surrender If You Can Eat. Chapter 178 I Surrender If You Can Eat. Just then, someone knocked on the door. Mr. Doman had been standing outside for a while. Can I come in? Chen Zhao and Norman's were already standing up, but their clothes were rumpled. Mr. Chen, how is your talk with Norman's? Very good. We had a very friendly exchange. I believe Norman's will cooperate with my fitness plan. Norman scoffed. She didn't refute him outright, but she decided not to cooperate. Whatever Chen Zhao wanted her to do, she wouldn't do it. Whatever Chen Zhao wasn't her to eat, she wouldn't do it either. Chen Zhao looked back at Norman's, who was glaring at him, shooting daggers with her eyes. Mr. Chin, let's go talk in the living room. Sure. As soon as Qin Zhao and Mr. Doman left, Norman settled back onto the tatami and shoved snacks into her mouth. Mr. Chin, you saw that Normans probably won't cooperate. What's your plan? Mr. Doman, I have a plan already. I hope that we can start with my diet plan today. Are you sure Normans will cooperate? Of course. I hope you won't use any violence, is that okay? I wish for my daughter to lose weight, not to get hurt. Qin Zhao had a good impression of Mr. Dorman. He was a gentleman and very well-mannered. This was different from the rich he'd met before. This meant that Mr. Dorman's family tradition was like this. Only a positive family environment could produce a personality like this. I understand. I don't plan on using violence. Do I need to supply anything? Mr. Dorman asked. Please have Normans come to the grass field. Okay. Mr. Dorman rubbed his forehead. This was a hard task too. Qin Zhao went to the grass. It was surrounded by cedar trees, separating the manor from the outside. The silly twins, Beelzebub and Carrie, were frolicking happily. When Qin Zhao arrived, the demons all gathered around. A while later, Normans was called to the grass unwillingly. When she saw the big and small dogs, she wanted to play with them. Unfortunately, Qin Zhao was there, so she was still unhappy. Qin Zhao sat on the ground with Beelzebub and Carrie in his lap. White Ma was behind him for him to lean on. Black Ma sprawled beside him. Obitos ran around everywhere, showing no sign of going to him at all. Mr. Dorman, can you prepare some food for my kids? It should be cooked food. Sure. Mr. Dorman nodded and left. A while later, 2 servants brought a large amount of grilled meat to Qin Zhao. Normans gulped. Qin Zhao clapped his hands and Black Ma stuffed a whole chicken into his mouth. He swallowed after chewing a bit. Obitos ran over too. His appetite was similar to the 2 silly twins. He could eat an entire chicken in one bite. Normans rubbed her stomach. Her appetite was getting stronger. Very strong. She must be hungry because she fought with that guy. Thinking of this, she said, Dad, I'm hungry too. Give me some food. Dorman glanced at Qin Zhao, who shook his head. No. From now on, you can only eat if you exercise enough. Dad? Norman stared at her father unhappily. Mr. Dorman chuckled wryly. I'm busy. I'll go now. Norman's turned to leave too, but White Ma ran over to her easily and blocked her way. She looked at Qin Zhao. You sent your dog to bite me? Qin Zhao took a handful of coins out of nowhere and scattered them all over the grass. If you can find more coins than White Ma, you can eat as much as you want. If you don't find as much as him, then you'll have to follow my rules and exercise. How about that? You think I'll listen to you? You think you can't even beat a dog? Normans turned to him. She still had a dignity. When Qin Zhao compared her to a dog, she still felt angry. The coins that you just scattered? Yes, the ones in this area. Qin Zhao tossed 2 plates onto the ground. Put the coins that you find here. Whoever finds more will win. Go. Normans looked at White Ma. The white dog was really cute, but Normans would try her hardest for food. White Ma was about to go too, but Qin Zhao said, White Ma, go easy on her. But White Ma didn't want to. He pounced and his tongue shot out, curling a coin into his mouth. In a short while, he had a dozen coins in his mouth. Running lightly to his plate, he spat it all out. If the coins were on concrete, it would be easy to find. However, it was in the grass now and the vegetation covered them. They were harder to find. Normans only found a few in the first minute. They weren't in the same level in this race. The result is quite obvious. Qin Zhao looked at White Ma's plate. Normans was angered. She hurled her coins into the plate. I'm not playing anymore. Only a dumbass will be controlled by you. She turned and left in anger, going straight to open the fridge in the kitchen. She took out a bottle of milk and started pouring it down. A mouthful later, Norman suddenly felt disgusted and started throwing up. In an instant, Norman's appetite disappeared completely. Maybe she'd exercised too much earlier, causing her to lose her appetite. She could only leave the kitchen. After leaving, she saw Chinzhao standing outside with Beelzebub, smiling at her. Nameless anger flared within Norman's. What are you looking at? Do you feel hungry right now? Norman's rubbed her stomach. For some reason, she felt hungry again, but she said stubbornly, It's none of your business. I told you that if you don't meet my requirements, you won't eat anything today. Norman's turned and went into the kitchen. She took 2 apples out of the fridge, returned to Chinzhao, and ate half an apple right there. After chewing, the nauseous feeling came again. Bleck. Norman's threw up everywhere. This time, the feeling was even more intense. It felt like she'd even thrown up some stomach acid. What did you do to me? Norman's looked at Chinzhao weakly. Chapter 179 Danger in the Sea. Chapter 179 Danger in the Sea. No matter how slow Norman's was, she would have realized by now that Chinzhao had definitely done something to her. She always had a great appetite. Normally, she would eat an apple every 5 minutes. However, since she met Chinzhao, she had not eaten anything. She tried to eat twice, but on both occasions she felt nauseous. Now you have an intense appetite again, right? A smile appeared on Chinzhao's face. What do you want from me? What do you think? If I complete the training today, I can eat all I want, right? Of course. Chinzhao smiled. Clearly he would not let Normans eat all she could. Actually, he would in fact let Normans eat whatever she wanted, as long as she could physically swallow them. What's the training today? Simple. Run for a kilometer. It was only the start. A 1-kilometer run was really very easy. Even with Norman's weight, she could achieve the goal as long as she persisted. Actually, Chinzhao could have made Norman slim down with just Beelzebub's ability. However, if she slimmed down so much by not eating food, her body would become extremely unhealthy. Therefore, she had to exercise too. It could speed up the slimming process, and at the same time make her healthier. You have to exercise with me too. You have to do whatever I do. Fine. As long as Normans was willing to cooperate, Chinzhao was willing to train with her. He did this only for the 400,000 pay. It was something Chinzhao could not say no to. Do I start now? Let's start. 1 kilometer was really nothing to Chinzhao. With his stamina, he was more than strong enough to run a marathon. Nonetheless, the power of a foodaholic was limitless. In order to eat whatever she wanted, Normans persisted for the entire journey. Actually, to a person who weighed 140 kilograms, a 1-kilometer run was already very exhausting. She was about as heavy as 2 normal adult men, after all. After they finished the run, Normans immediately asked, Can I eat now? Of course. That's the end of today's training. I'll be back again tomorrow, however, so you better be ready. Can I eat all I want? Sure. Chinzhao only asked Beelzebub to give Normans a bit of appetite, so she would definitely not be able to eat too much. The feast that Normans had been fantasizing about was destined to be a mere illusion. Mr. Doman brought Chinzhao to the front door. Mr. Chin, are you sure you don't need a driver to send you back? Nope. My friends live nearby, so I'm going to drop by their house. All right then. Thank you again for what you did for Normans. To be frank, the amount of exercise she did today is more than what she had done in the last 3 years combined. No problem. I'm getting paid anyway. Chinzhao left Mr. Doman's manor with his pets. Walking on the street, they still managed to attract countless eyes. After all, the silly twins, as well as Obitos, were really too eye-catching. Many tourists along the way stopped to watch the pets. Some even thought that Chinzhao was a street artist. Chinzhao found Rasfa's manor and was quickly invited in. Chen, welcome. Rasfa was still shocked by Chinzhao's entire family of pets. That's a lot of pets. Why don't you give Beelzebub and Carrie to me? I'll take good care of them for you. I'm afraid I'll have to say no. Chen Zhao shook his head. I was nearby just now, so I came here to check your health condition. Paul, pour Chen a glass of wine. You know that I don't drink during work. All right. After you finish the examination, then. Half an hour later, Chen Zhao finished the checkup. Remove your shirt and lie on the sofa. I'm going to dredge your meridians. Rasfa had full trust in Chen Zhao. In fact, they had turned from enemies into friends. Precisely because of their initial conflict, Rasfa trusted Chen Zhao even more. Stay here for dinner. I'll ask the kitchen to cook one more portion. Sure. In the evening, Zola, Daniel, and Manny came as well. Daniel was thrilled by Chen Zhao's extra pets, namely the silly twins and Obitos. He now really believed that Chen Zhao was a druid. After dinner, Chen Zhao and Daniel lied on the chairs on the beach. Although Daniel's injuries from that accident had long recovered, it was a huge psychological trauma for him. Even now, he still did not dare to go into the sea. Instead, he could only watch the group of pets enjoy themselves on the beach. Black Ma and White Ma were the most excited among them. They had not enjoyed themselves enough on Angel Beach last time. Now, they could finally run on the beach and play in the sea all they wanted. Chen, they're not Alaskan Malamutes, are they? They're wolves. That's Black Ma, and that's White Ma. Even as wolves, they're a bit too big, right? They're special. Then how about Obitos? What breed of lizard is it? Komodo? I don't think there's red Komodo dragons. Is it a mutant? Also, its head looks somewhat weird. It has a special bloodline. Stop asking about it. Suddenly, Daniel stood up and looked at Black Ma and White Ma who had been playing in the sea. Is there something beside them? Chen Zhao also stood up and looked at them. However, because they were really far away, he could not see anything clearly. All of a sudden, Chen Zhao seemed to notice a huge fin above the sea. He immediately charged towards the silly twins, removing his shirt in the process. Chen, no! It's dangerous! Daniel wanted to stop Chen Zhao, but Chen Zhao was too fast. He had already bolted into the sea. However, Chen Zhao was still too late. White Ma was already attacked. White Ma suddenly felt his body sink down. Something was dragging him into the water. If the demon pet attacked was Beelzebub, Raymond, or Carrie instead, Chen Zhao would not be so anxious, because they were mere projections, not true forms. Even if they died, Chen Zhao would not be that worried. However, the silly twins were different. Their actual bodies had come to the human world. They were indeed demons, but they were not invincible. They would similarly be injured and die should they receive sufficient damage. On land, when the two of them were together, they could perhaps fight with most terrestrial organisms. In the sea, however, there were too many things that could kill them. Realizing that White Ma had been attacked, Black Ma also dived into the water at once. Chen Zhao swam towards the silly twins with all his might, praying that he could make it in time. Chapter 180 Shark. Chapter 180 Shark. Chen Zhao dove underwater. He saw the injured and panicked White Ma. He also saw that Black Ma had bitten the shark's fin, but it easily shook Black Ma off. It was a 9-foot-long tiger shark, at least 3 times the size of them. Chen Zhao kicked and swam faster toward the shark. It attacked White Ma again, but Chen Zhao punched the shark's gill with all his might. He was underwater though, so his punch was half as strong. However, he still hit the gill. The shark was surprised and dove to the side. It didn't leave. Instead, it turned around and swam back. It seemed to really like White Ma's smell or taste. Chen Zhao changed his tactic. Calculating the moment that the shark came back, he grabbed onto the fin. Fins were the shark's Achilles heel. No matter how the shark struggled, Chen Zhao didn't let go. It tried to turn and bite him, but he pressed against the gills so it couldn't reach. By now, Black Ma had entered the fight too. Seeing that his brother was hurt, Black Ma pounced onto the shark's head. His claws were really sharp. He didn't let go after digging into the shark and widened his maws, biting off a chunk of shark meat. By now, the shark couldn't escape even if it wanted to. Qin Zhao and Black Ma were both in for the kill. Qin Zhao forcefully tore apart the gills. The shark immediately lost energy. This was a serious injury to sharks. It wouldn't die immediately, but it would lose the ability to fight. Qin Zhao broke to the surface. He saw White Ma floating there with a large bite on his stomach. The patch of sea had already turned red. He swam toward White Ma and immediately stuffed some demonic crystals into him. White Ma instantly sputtered and came back to life. Then he swam toward land. Black Ma and the shark floated to the surface too. Black Ma wasn't hurt, which was the most fortunate part of this. Chun! Daniel saw that Qin Zhao, White Ma, and Black Ma were back. Then he saw the shark corpse that washed ashore. "Oh my God, you guys killed a shark in the sea!" His expression was filled with shock. He couldn't believe that Qin Zhao and Black Ma could achieve this feat. Qin Zhao had no time to pay attention to Daniel. He ran to White Ma to check the injury. White Ma's state seemed very serious, but it wasn't bleeding anymore. "Daniel, call some people over and help me lift White Ma up." "Oh, okay." A while later, Daniel had called many people over. Zula, Rasfa, and Manny had heard about the news too, so they came over as well. The servants in the manor found a wooden board to lift White Ma up. "Chen, are you hurt?" Rasfa studied Qin Zhao. "I'm fine. I need to treat White Ma first." Qin Zhao didn't have time for small talk. White Ma's injury was more important. However, the people had already seen the shark corpse and were all shocked. It was a young adult, but the tiger shark was still powerful. Not many sea creatures could threaten them, but it was covered in bites from Black Ma. The people didn't think that Qin Zhao had done much. Black Ma was still venting his anger out on the dead shark. Obitos was even worse. This heartless guy had started eating the shark. Qin Zhao patched White Ma up. Exhausted, he slumped onto the ground. Right then, a glass of water appeared before him. Zola stood beside him at some point. Qin Zhao pulled her into his lap. After the tension came extreme relaxation. Qin Zhao really needed to let loose now. "Not here. Go to the room," Zola replied, as enthusiastic as ever. She could feel that Qin Zhao was strong and fierce now. His body was much stronger than a month ago. He seemed to have endless energy and was filled with domination. Zola kept getting forced back. She'd never lost so miserably. She couldn't remember how many times she'd reached the climax, while Qin Zhao continued to charge. He seemed not to know fatigue. "Qin, stop. This is bad for your body." The next moment, Qin Zhao closed Zola's red lips. Right now, Qin Zhao seemed to have lost his mind. Only lust remained. He might have been suppressed for a while. Now, he could finally let it all out. He didn't stop until 3 straight hours of sex. Zola couldn't stand up anymore. She lay in bed weakly, not willing to move a limb. Only her chest went up and down. The bed was in a mess. Qin Zhao lowered himself and kissed her softly. "Zola, I'm sorry. I went too far. Carry me to the bathroom." Qin Zhao wanted to go again in the shower, but Zola refused him. She was honestly too tired to deal with Qin Zhao anymore. When they came out hand in hand, Manny was still leaning against White Ma. There was a lot of meat and milk beside them. She seemed to be talking to White Ma. Manny was 15 years old, similar in age or a bit older than Azina, the other girl Qin Zhao knew. However, these two girls were completely different. Manny was more innocent, probably because Zola protected her too well. She still had a childlike personality. Azina was childlike too, but she was more mature and reserved. The two kids were like polar opposites. Of course, Qin Zhao wasn't their parents. He couldn't decide their lives or futures. When Manny saw Qin Zhao and Zola come out, she waved at him. "Qin, come here." "Why?" Manny glanced at Zola and then Qin Zhao. "When are you marrying my mom?" Qin Zhao pursed his lips. "Why do you want me to marry your mom? If you two marry, White Ma and Black Ma will be mine. What kind of logic is this? You're willing to sell your mom to an irresponsible guy just for the silly twins? I'm kidding. Manny pouted at Qin Zhao. Can you lend me White Ma and Black Ma? For what? Just say if you'll let me. No. Mean it. Mom, don't play with him anymore. Manny might be spoiled, but she wasn't an illogical and bratty kid. She had a goal in mind when talking to Qin Zhao, but she wouldn't throw a tantrum to get there. Because White Ma was hurt, Qin Zhao had Paul help get a truck to transport him back. It was already 10 at night when they returned. Qin Zhao actually wasn't used to the fact that Fali wasn't home. Usually, they would both be in pajamas now and drinking beer with snacks, or watching movies and talking about random things. Qin Zhao called her. Fali. Qin, what's up? Nothing. I was just wondering if anything happened while you're with the coastal rescue team. Chapter 181 Blackie, how about Wi-Fi in your house? Chapter 181 Blackie, how about Wi-Fi in your house? Everything's normal. I would have been asleep now if you didn't call me. Alright. I'm going to bed too. Good night. After the brief conversation, Qin Zhao hung up. He rubbed his forehead and then entered the basement. Qin Zhao had to perform special treatment for White Ma, which clearly could not be done outside. Although White Ma had eaten 2 demonic crystals, he was still in a bad shape. The supposedly formidable subordinate of the King of Greed had almost lost his life to a human world species. Hellhound was clearly thrilled by the 2 new buddies. No, there were actually 3. Qin Zhao had also brought the Hydra into the space crevice. Little Nine was timid as usual. Hellhound and Black Ma were already playing enthusiastically with each other. If White Ma was not injured, the 3 of them would have probably become best friends. On the other hand, Qin Zhao and Blackie went into the castle to study sorcery and medicine. Blackie, when I summoned that banshee with her ritual implement near the gate of hell, I felt very tired. It's a feeling I've never experienced before. Why did I feel that way? I don't know much about demonic sorcery too, but when I cast spells, I can clearly feel an upper limit. Cast certain spells too many times and I'll feel tired as well, Blackie said. Both Qin Zhao and Blackie were novice sorcerers. At the beginning, Blackie did not know too many demonic spells too. Of course, Blackie was able to learn demonic spells much faster than Qin Zhao, because he was a type of demon, after all. However, there were some spells that Blackie would never be able to cast. I've done my research. For example, if I cast Hell Knell on a person for 10 consecutive times, I'll be exhausted. Wait, you cast Hell Knell on a person just for experimentation? Did that person not go insane? I found a person in vegetative state, so Hell Knell wouldn't affect him. Blackie replied, unconcerned. So whether it's you or me, we have a certain kind of threshold. We can't cast spells or summon demons indefinitely. Qin Zhao concluded. I think so. Don't you humans always call the thing needed to cast spells magic points, or maybe magical power? Let's suppose that we have magical power too, and we each have our own maximum magical power. How do you think we should test our maximum magical power then? You should ask Beelzebub, Raymond, and Carrie. They know more about demonic sorcery than the 2 of us. Qin Zhao called Beelzebub into the castle and asked him their question. Of course you need a certain form of power to cast and control demonic spells. There's no real difference between the terminology in Hell and the definition given by humans. In Hell, it's generally known as demonic power, but you humans can call it magic points or magical power too. It's the same thing. I don't think the term demonic power is accurate, Blackie opposed at once. Because humans can cast demonic spells too. This proves that the power used by demons is at least somehow related to humans. No. Qin Zhao gave his own opinion. Humans can only use a small number of modified demonic spells. This means demonic spells are still based mainly on demonic power. Perhaps modified demonic spells are no longer truly demonic, or maybe they require a different form of power to activate. You're again the special one. Blackie looked at Qin Zhao. Why can you learn all the demonic spells without restriction? Even I can't learn many of them, but you can still learn and cast them. Even Beelzebub could not answer this question. While Blackie is a demon, the three of us are actually three different forms of life. Blackie has no physical form, Beelzebub is a projection, while I am a pure human, but all of us have one similarity: we can use demonic spells. So if we can find all the similarities among the three of us, perhaps we'll know what form of power we're using to cast those spells. Are you still a pure human? Your right hand contains Lord Beelzebub Sophie's bloodline, so in fact, you're a demon human high. Before Beelzebub could finish, Chen Zhao stared at him with a threatening look. If you dare to finish that sentence, you better prepare another projection. I'll use your current one to make dog broth. Beelzebub immediately returned to the serious topic. Human, I think you've missed out a fourth existence that can cast demonic spells. What's the fourth one? Badges. What badges? Whether it's in hell or the human world, there are some kind of badges. In hell, they're called demonic badges, while in the human world, they're called magical badges. Regardless of the name, they're formed when demonic spells are carved into certain items. These items can then cast spells or have magical properties. Do you have a magical badge with you? No, and I also don't know how to make them. Beelzebub answered. So all in all, these are the only four types, right? Of course, maybe Blackie can't be considered as a separate form of being. He's still a demon after all. No. There are many other types, such as angels. Wait. Are there really angels? What's strange about it? Why can't there be angels when there are already so many demons beside you? Where are the angels? Are they in heaven? Are they serving an old pervert who seduces unmarried girls? Dunno. I have neither seen them nor heard about where they live. Then how are you even sure that they exist? Because they do. It's a fact. How is it a fucking fact when you don't even know where to find them? Are you sure it's not just a random setting that you thought of a minute ago? Qin Zhao already had the habit of not trusting Beelzebub's words entirely. When Qin Zhao left the crevice, he realized that he had 4 missed calls from Robio. He glanced at Blackie, who had followed him out. Blackie, why don't you install a Wi-Fi or signal tower inside? Qin Zhao called Robio. Robio, what's up? Qin, Fali's in the hospital. What? Why? What happened? She almost drowned. Almost drowned? Fali? Qin Zhao knew how well Fali could swim. How could she nearly drown? I don't know the exact situation too. I received a call from the phone in HQ and then heard Walter barking. When I got there, I saw Fali lying on the beach. I've already sent her to the hospital. Which hospital? Chantilly? Chapter 182 Fali in Danger. Chapter 182 Fali in Danger. Qin Zhao hurried over to Chantilly Hospital. Robio was there waiting for him. He went in as soon as he arrived. When he reached Fali's room, he realized Four was there. Chun? Four was surprised to see him. You're here for me? I'm the patient's friend, Qin Zhao said. Chen, she's Fali's younger sister, Robio said. You know my sister? Four looked at him in surprise. Can I check on Fali? Four nodded. She was obviously happy if Qin Zhao was willing to help. Qin Zhao checked Fali. There's no water in her lungs, her heartbeat is normal, pulse normal, but her pupils are dilated and no light reaction. 4. Did you tranquilize Fali? No, she's been unconscious since she was taken to the hospital. Can it be a pseudocoma? 4 suggested. Qin Zhao and Robio both understood what that meant. Qin Zhao was a doctor, while Robio worked on the coastal rescue team. He'd seen many drowning victims. In pseudocomas, the brain was still active, but the subconscious mind was still in the drowning state, so the brain would close itself off. This was a way to protect the brain. When drowning, one would lack oxygen for a long period, causing brain hypoxia and brain damage. But pseudocomas were short-term comas. It usually lasted 1 to 3 days. Sometimes, it could last for longer. Chen, do you have a solution? I still need to look. As of now, Qin Zhao hadn't found any useful information. He suspected since the beginning that the drowning wasn't normal. Walking out with Robio, Qin Zhao asked, Robio, can you tell me what happened when Fali drowned? I got the call at 2 in the morning. I only heard Walter's panting through the phone. To be honest, I can't really believe that a dog can do that. If Walter really can call someone, he should call me. Why did he call you? My contact info is taped onto the office's wall. Robio sensed some jealousy in Qin Zhao's voice, but this proved that the man really loved Walter like a parent. Qin Zhao wouldn't have asked if he didn't care. Robio was also happy that Walter could have Qin Zhao's companionship. Then I hurried to the office and saw Fali lying on the beach. She had her buoy and life vest. She couldn't have gone swimming at midnight unless someone was drowning. But there were no other victims beside her. It's possible she couldn't save the person and was also in danger, so she was either washed ashore or Walter dragged her onto land. Qin Zhao leaned more toward Walter saving Fali, but then he remembered that Fali had said she'd run into paranormal activity. He suspected that Fali had been attacked by an evil spirit. Otherwise, with her swimming abilities, she wouldn't have an accident even at night. At least, there wasn't a high possibility. After all, Fali had all the equipment, and Walter by her side. Unless something unusual happened, there were very slight chances of an accident happening. Is Walter still at the office? Yeah, I left him there. I'll go get Walter. I'm worried if he's there alone. Okay, Robio said. I won't go with you. I need to stay and take care of Fali. Qin Zhao hurried to the headquarters and called for Walter. The dog rushed out of the darkness. He was very excited, clearly shocked by something. He jumped and barked in front of Qin Zhao. Walter, quiet! Quiet down. Qin Zhao comforted him. Was Fali attacked by evil spirits? Woof. Can you find the evil spirit? Walter turned toward the sea with a confused expression. He couldn't provide any information. This made Qin Zhao feel helpless. Walter wasn't like Beelzebub and the others. He couldn't talk directly to Qin Zhao. Just then, Walter ran into the office and carried a rotten piece of wood out. Qin Zhao took it. It was a piece of wood from a fir tree and very wet. Walter must have taken it out of the water. It should be from some aged ship. No matter how good the quality, it would rot after being in the water for decades or even centuries. The wood was very fragile. Qin Zhao applied some pressure and cracked it open. There was a clear word carved into the opening, Mary. Mary? Qin Zhao studied the wood. He wasn't sure if this was related to Fali's attack. His phone rang at that moment. Chen, Fali woke up, but she looks unsettled. She wants you to take her home. Okay, I'm coming, Qin Zhao said immediately. He was relieved that Fali was okay. Qin Zhao was worried that she really was attacked by something unknown. If Fali was hurt by some magic spell or supernatural force, Qin Zhao would need Siena's help. Now that Fali was awake, he could stop worrying so much. When he reached the hospital, Fali was sitting up in bed. For sat beside her while Robio stood before the bed. Robio could tell that Fali had been terrified. He just didn't understand what could have happened that caused such a strong reaction. Qin, you're here. Fali's eyes brightened when she saw Qin Zhao. For and Robio could both tell that Fali trusted Qin Zhao. She relaxed as soon as he arrived. For stood up and Qin Zhao took her spot. Fali hugged him immediately. Qin, you're finally here. I want to go home. Okay, let's go. Qin Zhao glanced at For, who was looking at him quizzically. She didn't expect that Qin Zhao would be dating her sister. Judging from the current situation, they couldn't be regular friends. For, I'll take Fali home now. I'll go visit tomorrow, For said to her sister. I'll drive, Robio said. Fali didn't speak on the way back. She sat in the back seat with Qin Zhao, resting her head on his shoulder. She was leaning into him even after they got out the car. Robio's gone. Stop acting, Chen Zhao pushed her aside. I'm not acting. I really was scared. Chapter 183 Ghost Ship. Chapter 183 Ghost Ship. Fali was indeed scared, but after Chen Zhao arrived, she calmed down a lot. When they reached home, Chen Zhao poured Fali a glass of water. Tell me what happened. I was about to go to sleep. As usual, I used the night vision binoculars to check the coastline. Then I discovered that there seemed to be someone in the sea. I thought it was a drowning person, so I swam towards him. And then you were attacked by evil spirits? I heard that drowning man calling for help. I grabbed him, but he was dragged into the water by something. I tried to pull him up, but then I was dragged into the sea too. Under the surface, I saw a ship packed with people. They were the ones pulling the drowning man down. Chen Zhao thought of a word. Ghost ship? Yes. It was a ghost ship roaming in the sea. I watched as the ghosts on the ship tried to pull me down too. Then, Walter came and saved me. This confirmed their initial suspicion that it was a supernatural event. Chen, I'm now somewhat scared of the sea. I'm afraid that I will never be able to work in the coastal rescue team again. Fali was in a similar state as Daniel. The attack was truly a psychological trauma for her. I'll settle the problem, Chen Zhao assured. Nevertheless, it was really a troublesome problem. The key was that Chen Zhao had no experience of locating evil spirits. After some consideration, the only person that Chen Zhao could think of was Sienna. Sienna. Chen Zhao called Sienna's phone. Chen, do you know that staying up late is the most damaging thing to a lady's body? Do you want to earn money? Sienna was wide awake at once. What is it? Fali was attacked by evil spirits today. Is she all right? She's just a bit scared. What do you want me to do? According to her description, she was probably attacked by a roaming ghost ship in the sea. Ghost ship? I'm no match for a ghost ship. Are ghost ships very difficult to deal with? Do you know how my teacher died? How? 20 years ago, a ghost ship appeared at West Coast. My teacher formed an alliance of 13 witches, but in the end, they all died in the sea. Are ghost ships really that scary? Yes. The biggest problem is that ghost ships hide in the sea most of the time. Do you have a way to find or track them? If you really want to fight against a ghost ship, you better prepare for the worst. I don't need you to fight it with me. Just tell me if you have a way of locating it. Let me think about it. How much money will I get? 10,000. Deal. I just need to find the ghost ship, right? Yes, you don't have to battle with the ship. Sienna was a spiritualist, a supposedly comfortable and high-paying occupation, but everyone who knew her also knew how poor she was. All right. I'll inform you if I find anything. The next day, after washing up, Chen Zhao knocked on Fali's door. Fali, are you awake? Come in, Fali said from inside the room. When Chen Zhao entered the room, he realized that Fali still looked rather pale. She had yet to recover from the incident. How do you feel now? Not good. I'm going out later. Help me to take care of Black Ma and White Ma. Oh yeah, White Ma's injured, Chen Zhao said. White Ma's injured. By who? He was attacked by a shark in the sea yesterday. Is he all right? I've already treated him. It's not fatal, but he won't be able to do vigorous exercise in the next few days. Sure. Leave him here. I'll take care of him. Then, Chen Zhao left the house, bringing only Beelzebub, Raymond, and Carrie with him. Chen Zhao went to the fitness center for his boxing class. Gaia's class was strict as usual, but Chen Zhao was gradually getting used to it. Unlike the first few sessions, Chen Zhao was now able to block or counter some of Gaia's attacks. This meant that Chen Dao's boxing ability had improved significantly. Nonetheless, how well he could perform in an actual fight was another issue altogether. In the face of danger, Chen Zhao might not even be able to react in time. The biggest difference between amateur fighters and professional fighters was their reaction to danger. Chen Zhao's greatest advantage was his physical fitness, but he needed practice on his reaction speed. "Chen, that's the end of today's lesson," Gaia said. To be honest, Gaia already found it somewhat tiring to teach Qin Zhao. She had experienced for herself how good Qin Zhao's stamina and strength were. In the past, she could counter Qin Zhao's attacks with her skills. However, as Qin Zhao also became more skillful, she was no longer able to deal with him that easily. She taught Qin Zhao mainly free sparring. Because she was larger in size than Qin Zhao, she was less agile. She had no advantage in speed, and definitely a disadvantage in strength and stamina. "Chen, be prepared. Next time, I'll arrange an assessment for you." "What assessment?" "I'll find a few experts in sparring. You'll have to fight against them at the same time." Qin Zhao was speechless. "Is that really necessary? You don't want to waste the money you gave me, do you?" In the afternoon, Qin Zhao went to Mr. Doman's house to give his daughter Normans her slimming session. When Normans saw Qin Zhao, she clearly did not seem happy. "Normans, let's start. Did you cast a spell on me? Why didn't I have any appetite since last night? You need evidence to say something. If you don't have any evidence, stop accusing me. If you don't explain everything clearly, don't expect me to cooperate. Are you hungry now?" Qin Zhao looked at Normans with a smile on his face. Rubbing the extra meat on her belly, Norman's face darkened. "You wicked wizard! All right. Stop bitching and start exercising." Normans gritted her teeth and stared at Qin Zhao. In the end, she still gave in. After Beelzebub returned her appetite, she started to feel starved. She really wanted to be unyielding and say that she would not cooperate, but she simply could not. "Can I eat after I run a kilometer?" "No. 1 kilometer, and you only get an apple." "What? No way. Do you want me to die of exhaustion? If you don't run, you won't even get an apple." Doman stood at the windows, watching his daughter and Qin Zhao run around the lawn. Norman's cursing could be heard from miles away. Doman did not know whether he could be happy or sad. Qin Zhao had been running just in front of Norman's. "Mean, shameless, perverted, abject fool, bastard, trash," Norman's cursed. Before she even finished 1 kilometer, she was already covered in sweat. Qin Zhao slowed down and ran beside Norman's. "Normans, speaking continuously as you run will only make you expend your energy quicker. Isn't that exactly what you want? You bastard!" "Of course. Please cuss me louder, I beg you," Qin Zhao taunted. After 1 kilometer, Normans actually showed no sign of stopping. "How much do I have to run in order to eat grilled meat?" 10 kilometers. "That's not possible. You're just giving me an unrealistic goal. So you should stop having unrealistic thoughts too." Chapter 184 It's Dieting and Torture. Chapter 184 It's Dieting and Torture. Most people wouldn't be able to run 10 kilometers, let alone Normans. She was around 280 pounds. This was like running with weights. 1 kilometer was already enough exertion for her. 2 kilometers was probably her limit. Qin Zhao's requirement was clearly too much. Just running didn't actually have a big effect. It mostly exercised the muscles and fat on the thigh. The most effective way to lose weight was actually swimming. It used every muscle in the body. If she wanted to lose 160 pounds in a month, she had to exercise crazily. Of course, she couldn't do too much in the first 2 or 3 days. Her lazy habits resulted in her body's inertia. Once she started exercising, her muscles would accumulate lactic acid, causing soreness, weakness, and pain. The body could recover by itself though. After becoming accustomed to the exercise, the body would get used to it and adjust to the optimal state. This had nothing to do with fitness. It was the same for extremes of the scale, nerds and athletes. Even athletes had to go through recovery training if they hadn't exercised in a long time. Fatties were the same. They could get used to the intensity of exercise. Plus, fatties had more fat to burn. They might not be able to exercise continuously, but if they exercised every now and then, their endurance wouldn't be worse than professional athletes. The only difference was in willpower. An athlete obviously had very strong wills and couldn't be compared to a regular person, let alone a fatty who was used to a lazy lifestyle. This was why Qin Zhao had to force Normans to move. "Stop and rest," Qin Zhao said. "Eat 2 apples to replenish your energy. That's it for today's exercise. I'm too tired to stand. Want a drumstick?" Qin Zhao took a drumstick out. He'd gotten it from the kitchen. Normans gulped, her eyes shining with hunger. She hadn't eaten meat in 2 days and now, Qin Zhao was chomping on chicken in front of her. "What do I have to do?" "Swim freestyle for 1 kilometer. "I can't swim." "I asked your dad." "You can swim. I heard that you were part of your school's swim team too." "That was a long time ago. Do you think I can still swim like this?" "Fat will help you float better. Don't tell me you don't have the strength. I'll take it if you can get to 1 kilometer, no matter how you move your limbs." "I don't have a swimsuit." Norman's chubby face actually looked embarrassed. It wasn't that she didn't have a swimsuit but that she didn't have one that fit. With her current figure, she wouldn't be able to fit in any one. "I have one." Qin Zhao took out a swimsuit. He bought this supersized one before coming. "You monster! If I have strength, I'll definitely rip you apart." "You'll have strength after eating this apple, but I advise you to preserve your energy for the swimming." "You think I'll give in to you?" Qin Zhao wiped the grease on his hands. "As you wish." "Fine. 1 kilometer, right?" After changing into the swimsuit, Normans jumped into the water, causing huge splashes. The pool that Mr. Dorman had built in his home was a standard 50-meter pool. This meant that Normans had to swim 20 laps to reach 1 kilometer. After Normans got into the water, she looked at Qin Zhao. "Don't forget you have to swim with me." "Fine." After changing, Qin Zhao also jumped in. Swimming with Normans for 1 kilometer was nothing to Qin Zhao. He was twice as fast as Normans. The girl discovered that Qin Zhao was very fast and had shocking endurance too. She started suspecting that he was a professional athlete. By the time she finished 2 laps, Qin Zhao had already done 3 or 4. Unbeknownst to her, Qin Zhao was having fun. He was completely immersed in his own joy of exercising. That asshole, Normans thought. Is he showing off his fitness? She was angry for some reason and sped up. However, her large body gave her bigger resistance. It was harder to swim and used up more energy. Qin Zhao finished the kilometer happily in 10 minutes, but he continued to swim. By now, Normans had only completed 6 laps because she had to rest every 50 meters. To be honest, she was jealous of Qin Zhao's lean body in the water. Once upon a time, she'd been like that too, but that relationship had destroyed her life. After some more swimming, Qin Zhao got out of the pool and sat beside Normans. She'd only completed 10 laps. Swimming used up more energy than running. "You asshole, why do you swim so fast? I need you to swim with me, not to show off your body." "Okay, I'll continue to accompany you after you get into the water." "That's better." Norman spent 1 whole hour on swimming 20 laps. By the time she got out, she sprawled on the side of the pool like a pile of dead meat. "Get up and move around." Then Qin Zhao took out a scale. "Come weigh yourself." Normans got onto the scale. It displayed 295 pounds. Admittedly, the 2 days of intense exercise had been effective. She'd lost more than 12 pounds. However, Norman's base weight was too high. In the beginning, any bit of exercise would release the water in her fat, so her weight would drop quickly. In the later stages, the rate would be much lower. While the beginning released water, she would have to go through even more exercise to burn her fat later. "Want to eat a whole chicken?" Qin Zhao asked. "Don't tell me to swim 10,000 meters. I couldn't do it when my weight was normal, let alone now." "No need. You only need 2,000 more meters." 2 more kilometers and she could eat a whole chicken? This was a pretty big temptation for her. "Okay, I'll do it. But if you can't do it, I'll reward you a drumstick according to the distance." Norman's was tricked, because after swimming another kilometer, she realized that she couldn't move at all. Her body had reached her limit. Her limbs didn't even feel like hers anymore. It was impossible to swim 2 more kilometers. Chen Zhao had figured out her limit and set up a trap for her. Chapter 185 You Have the Smell of Another Woman. Chapter 185 You Have the Smell of Another Woman. Here's your dinner list for tonight: an egg, 2 apples, and 1 chicken drumstick. Do you want me to starve to death? Do you know that I only ate 3 drumsticks yesterday? Do you want to see only a corpse when you come tomorrow? You can say no, Chen Zhao said casually. Just then Mr. Doman approached them. Shen, has the training today ended? Yes. Why don't you stay here for dinner? No, I still have something else to do. All right then. See you tomorrow. See you tomorrow. Ms. Normans. Bastard, I hope that you'll get killed by a car the moment you step out of here. Normans cursed bitterly. Normans, shut up. Chen's doing all this for your health. Mr. Doman, forgive her. I won't remember it. Ms. Normans, be prepared for tomorrow, because there will be more exercises waiting for you. Bastard, bastard, bastard. This is revenge. Good luck. When Chen Zhao left the manor, he received a call from Yafen. Chen, are you free? Are you unwell? I've finished my parts in the movie. Can I see you? Yafen hinted. Sure. I'm already in Beverly Hills. I'll go there now. Thinking about Yafen's alluring body, Chen Zhao licked his own lips. He sped up and finally arrived at Yafen's place. Yafen passionately welcomed Chen Zhao in. Chen Zhao could finally use all his energy on Yafen. He quickly removed all her clothes and began the battle. Yafen shouted loudly in both pain and excitement. Chen Zhao's strength allowed him to explore various difficult postures with Yafen, which made her even more excited. Nevertheless, after climaxing continuously, Yafen started to beg Chen Zhao. However, Chen Zhao, who had yet to enjoy himself thoroughly, would clearly not let Yafen off so easily. They did it twice on the sofa, thrice in the bedroom, and once more in the bathroom. In the end, after showering, Chen Zhao carried Yafen out of the bathroom. The 2 of them lay on the sofa, lying in each other's arms. Yafen seemed somewhat lost. She had to admit that she was fully indulged in Chen Zhao's limitless stamina and advanced tactics. Shen, did you eat any medicine today? No, I don't need that. How long has it been since you last had sex? Chen Zhao smiled and remained silent. He had in fact just had one with Zola the day before. Chen, I don't really have any acting recently. Can you say something for me before Mr. Rasfa and Mr. Stephen? Chen Zhao thought over it. Before he came here, he had already expected there to be a reason for Yafen to call him. I can, but I can't guarantee that it'll work. Of course. As long as you're willing to help. Chen Zhao would say something for Yafen, but he was unsure if it would help her at all. A movie would easily involve an investment of tens or even hundreds of $1 million. Actors had to undergo many layers of selection. Both their acting skills and appearance had to be outstanding. In addition, the competition between various movie companies would also determine the actors to some extent. Not a single person could easily determine the actor for an important role. Even the chairman of the company or the director of the movie could not. Rasfa might not have the final saying too. Moreover, Chen Zhao would not force Rasfa to help Yafen. After all, the relationship between Chen Zhao and Yafen was only on the physical level. Chen Zhao could help Yafen because of that, but it was not an obligation. He would only say something for Yafen if he could, and not force Rasfa to do anything. Chen Zhao knew this well, so did Yafen. No actress in Hollywood was a fool. Yafen wanted Chen Zhao to help, but even she was unsure whether it would work. Chen, do you still want more? Can you still take it? Of course, as long as you want. Then let's continue. Chen Zhao and Yafen had another tiring battle. Only then did they leave each other hesitantly. When Chen Zhao returned home, Fali was still preparing dinner. The moment Fali saw Chen Zhao, she said at once, "Chen, go and take a shower." "What? You have the smell of another woman. Is it?" Chen Zhao smelled his own arms. "How does it smell like? A woman's smell. Is it that obvious?" "Yes. It's extremely obvious. You should clean yourself before coming home next time." By the time Chen Zhao finished showering, Fali had already finished making dinner. "Fali, I've asked Sienna to help find the ghost ship. Don't go to work the next few days." "Chen, why would the ghost ship target me?" "I don't know. Maybe it's just a coincidence." Chen Zhao was unsure as well. Fali had nothing special. At least this was how Chen Zhao felt. The only explanation was that Fali had really been unlucky. Just then, Chen Zhao heard a car stop outside his house. Very soon, someone knocked on the door. Chen Zhao trotted to the door and opened it. Pierce South was outside. Chen Zhao was rather surprised. Why is he here? Actually, Chen Zhao did not like Pierce, because he was a very clever businessman. Last time, David and he acted as if they were trying to kidnap Pierce. Chen Zhao did not say anything, but Pierce still managed to guess his identity. In fact, Pierce had even helped them to find the real culprits of the brewery fire, namely Treed and Winry. All in all, Chen Zhao instinctively did not really want to meet Pierce. A person who was too clever, such as Pierce, would usually be feared by others. "Mr. Pierce, how may I help you? Aren't you going to invite me in?" Smiling, Pierce looked at Chen Zhao. "I'm afraid that's inconvenient." Chen Zhao rejected Pierce's request at once. He was also telling Pierce his attitude and indirectly asking him to leave. Pierce smiled and did not mind Chen Zhao's attitude. "Mr. Chen, you killed Treed, right?" "What? I don't get it." "And you distributed Treed's gold to the victims' families. Am I right?" "Mr. Pierce, say what you must. If not, please leave my house." Chen Zhao was more direct this time. "Mr. Chen, I came here in a sincere attempt to cooperate with you. Do you treat your guests like this? I don't think there's anything for us to cooperate. If you want me to convince the residents here to allow you to open a chemical factory at the original brewery location, I'm afraid you're speaking to the wrong person. I don't know as many people in town as you might have imagined. Of course not for that, not to mention that I've already given the plan up. I came here for something else." Chapter 186 A Bit Too Big of a Reaction. Chapter 186 A Bit Too Big of a Reaction. "What's wrong?" Chen Zhao frowned at Pierce South. He found this guy strange. He was overly smart. Treed Pempton's wealth. Where does he have more wealth? You admit that you split his gold between the relatives of the victims? Pierce grinned at Chen Zhao. I don't know what you're saying. If you don't need anything, please leave. Don't be so impatient. Listen to me. I'm not here for that. Who you give gold to has nothing to do with me, but I heard that you need money these days. You want to buy Mirror Lake and the land around it, right? Mr. Pierce, you're really informed. It's not that big of a secret. Many people know about it. I don't even have to try hard to find out. Are you here to flaunt your connections? Of course not. I told you that I want to work with you and find the rest of Treed's wealth. You mean that he split his gold in half? Not gold. The other half is the art he collected. You'll work with me if he has valuable collectibles. I don't believe that. Chen Zhao needed money, but his mind was still clear. If it was him, he definitely wouldn't share with others. Pierce was very clever, so he definitely wouldn't cooperate with just anyone. Pierce suddenly put a hand on Chen Zhao's shoulder. Feeling a stab of pain, he subconsciously punched Pierce's face. Ah! Pierce was thrown back. Ah, help! You want to kill me? His mouth was filled with blood and his teeth kept falling out. Chen Zhao glared at him furiously. What did you stab me with? Pierce held his mouth, face twisted in pain. Misunderstanding. It's a misunderstanding. I just wanted to tell you that I'm a wizard. I used the shadow sting to make you hurt a little. He didn't think that he would be attacked so fiercely just by proving his identity. Chen Zhao's punch had come too suddenly and heavily. Pierce didn't know how many teeth he lost. He thought that Chen Zhao was like him, a wizard. He didn't expect Chen Zhao would have such a big reaction and punch him. Hearing Pierce's words, Chen Zhao was taken aback. You're a wizard. It hurts so much, Pierce said painfully. God damn it, why did you use so much force? You attacked me suddenly. I reacted with my instincts. Chen Zhao's punch had been seriously strong. Pierce was lucky he didn't die. He didn't know how many teeth were left in his mouth though. He felt a breeze when he spoke. If you don't want to die, you better not do that again, Chen Zhao said with a dark expression. You're a wizard too, right? How come you're so strong? What's it to you? Fine, I'll tell you the truth. The other part of Treed's wealth is very valuable. It's worth millions, but I can't get it by myself, so I want to work with you. Why can't you get it? He did some stuff in the place he hid it. He set up a ward and I can't undo it by myself. Since you could defeat Treed, that means you must be stronger than him. If you join, we'll be able to get his stuff. Chen Zhao was tempted. Millions of dollars was a huge sum. However, he didn't completely trust Pierce South. After all, they weren't close. Pierce was a true fox. Chen Zhao didn't like interacting with these smart people. Where are the hidden items? How will we split the money? I'll take 80%. The remaining 20% is yours. Goodbye. Chen Zhao shut the door. Did Pierce think that he was poor and could only take his scraps? Wait, how about 70-30? Or 60-40, that's my bottom line. 50-50. If you accept it, we can keep talking. If not, then... Pierce looked at Chen Zhao with gleaming eyes. 50-50, but we're not going with the original price. We'll take turns choosing items after we get them, and whether you choose the valuable ones will depend on your own skills. How about that? Chen Zhao thought for a moment, and instantly understood what this old fox was planning. Since he knew the item's value, it was likely he was familiar with the collection. He might have even seen the items before. He would know which ones were valuable and which ones weren't. He made this request so he could have a bigger advantage. I'll think about it, Chen Zhao said. But I'm curious. You're pretty rich too. Why would you risk it to get a few million? Don't make a few million sound like a small number. My net worth is only a few million. That factory isn't my own either. Also, most of the value comes from real estate. I'm rich, but I might not have as many savings as you. I have the chance to double my net worth now. The risk is worth it. I agree with your distribution method, but I need a safety net too. If the items I choose are less than 30% of the total value, then you must give me at least that much. Basically, Chen Zhao wanted to get more money but also stay safe. Okay. This plan was a compromise that they both accepted. Don't play tricks on me, Chen Zhao threatened. If you dare take it all for yourself, I'll kill you. Don't think nonsense. I live in the nearby town, so it's impossible for that to happen like we're in the movies. Plus, you've never killed anyone before. You don't look like it. Is it that obvious? Chen Zhao asked, deflating. Maybe I should act more aggressive. Okay, we've reached an agreement. I'll call you on the day. When are we doing it? I need to prepare, Pierce said. The time isn't right either. How long do I have to wait? The next full moon. What do I have to do to prepare? Nothing. I'll get everything ready. Chapter 187 A Familiar Face in Hell. Chapter 187 A Familiar Face in Hell. When Chen Zhao walked back into the house, Fali asked, Who's that? Pierce South, the owner of that chemical factory. Also, he's a wizard. Did the two of you argue? I saw you punch him. Instead of hiding anything from Fali, Chen Zhao told her about Pierce's intention to cooperate with him. Just then, Raymond climbed up Chen Zhao's arm and hissed. Fali could not understand Raymond, but Qin Zhao could. Human, I have a friend who's ill. Come to my hometown and help me to treat him. Will I get anything? If it was Raymond who needed treatment, Qin Zhao would go to hell and help him for free. After all, Raymond had helped Qin Zhao a lot, although Raymond had still been unwilling to call him master. However, since it was someone else, the first thing that Qin Zhao thought of was his own benefit. My friend is a true visioner. He has no territory. Even the sacrifices needed to summon you to hell will be from me, Raymond said. Is he that important to you? Qin Zhao asked. Yes. He once gave me a pristine eyeball, which became my current left eye. Chen, are you speaking with Raymond? Fali asked curiously. Yup, Qin Zhao nodded. I'm going to my room now. While Fali envied Qin Zhao's ability, she could not understand Raymond at all. Feeling rather bored, she decided to go back to her room. Qin Zhao watched as Fali left the living room. Then, he asked Raymond, What's a pristine eyeball? A pristine eyeball can be placed at any part of one's body, and it'll function like an actual eyeball. However, the pristine eyeball will also change according to one's bloodline. What changes are there? The left eye of my true body can cast the curse age. If I get one, how will I change? Human bloodline cannot change the pristine eyeball. Only demonic bloodlines can. If you can heal my friend, I can promise you for him that you'll get 3 pristine eyeballs. You can place it on your right hand. It should work given your right hand's gluttony bloodline. All right. Summon me to hell then. Wait for a while. My true body in hell hasn't finished the preparation. Also, you'll have to be quick. I don't have that many sacrifices available, so you'll only be able to stay for 6 hours. Then let me prepare too. Does your friend have some kind of disease? I dunno. He's in a bad shape now. Qin Zhao was not very confident in treating demons too. Although the demonic medical book had various case studies, there were too many different types of demons. Even the book could not cover everything. Qin Zhao thought about it and asked, Describe his symptoms. A few of his eyes are blind. Also, vomiting and weakness. How many eyes does he have? I don't know. What? You don't know? 100 plus, I suppose? Just then, Fali came out from her room and saw Qin Zhao packing his toolbox. Chen, are you going out? Yup. You have a patient? Kind of. What do you mean by kind of? Suddenly, Qin Zhao's body started to fade. What's happening to you? Where are you going? I'm leaving for a day. Help me to take care of. Fali recalled that last time when Chris and Sienna came over, they told her that Qin Zhao had just disappeared right before them. Qin Zhao finally saw Raymond's true form, which was much bigger than Beelzebub's. He was a 30-meter-long gargantuan snake with 2 horns on his head. With a row of bony spikes on his back, he looked truly fearsome. Raymond? Human, here you are. Raymond lowered his body. Come up to my head. Raymond's head was not even as comfortable as Obitos. Because he slithered extremely quickly, his head kept moving up and down. It was really annoying. Qin Zhao had a hard time maintaining his stability while standing on Raymond's head, not to mention about sitting down. Qin Zhao had to hold on tightly to one of Raymond's bony spikes. The sulfur-filled air rushed against his face, and he could hardly open his mouth. Soon, Raymond's trembling weakened. They had entered a desert. Qin Zhao noticed many souls buried beneath the sands. Occasionally, an incomplete soul would jump onto the surface, only to be engulfed again by the yellowness in the next instant. 20 minutes into the desert, Qin Zhao finally saw an enormous pit in the distance from Raymond's head. He estimated that the huge pit had a diameter of at least 10 kilometers. However, as they neared the pit, Qin Zhao realized that he was gravely mistaken. The pit was much bigger than he had imagined. The sand around the pit continuously flew down. Similarly, souls were dragged along the moving sand, eventually falling into the bottomless abyss. Raymond crawled to the edge of the pit. Qin Zhao's heart almost skipped a beat. The pit was not just wide, but also strikingly deep. It's the endless abyss. Raymond said. You didn't bring me here to enjoy the scenery, did you? Of course not. Raymond approached the very edge of the endless abyss, and then climbed down the rough side of the abyss. While it seemed very risky at first, Raymond had in fact climbed this path countless times already. Hence, it felt rather stable. After over 100 meters of descent, they came to a small platform which led to a cave in the wall. The cave was very big, indeed much bigger than Beelzebub's house, although it was simple. It was tens of meters deep, which was sufficient for Raymond to move around freely. Raymond, are you still single now? Yup, Raymond answered emotionlessly, looking at Chen Zhao. Chen Zhao had originally thought that as a snake of desire, Raymond should already have a large family. Where's my patient? Wait. I'll bring him here now. As he spoke, Raymond moved his huge body away, leaving Chen Zhao alone here. Chen Zhao walked to the platform outside and looked down into the bottomless abyss. Suddenly, a soul fell from the sky and landed on the platform. Chen Zhao looked at the soul. Wait, isn't this the old witch Winry Gargamel? Old witch? Huh! It's you! Damn, did you fall to hell too? Despite being dead, Winry's soul was still rather complete, probably because of the fact that she was a witch. At least she still recognized Chen Zhao. From her look, it was evident that her immense hatred towards Chen Zhao had not decreased. Winry's soul suddenly started to expand. Meeting you here is the luckiest thing in my life. Why does this line sound so awkward? Chen Zhao's cheek twitched. He felt as if he had just been sincerely proposed. I'll tear you apart, and then devour your soul bit by bit. Haha. Given how rare it is to see a familiar face in hell, can't we just sit down, have a cup of tea, and forget about our conflict in the human world? Chen Zhao said, frustrated. Do you think that's possible? I am here all because of you. My hatred towards you is endless, just like the sand above this very abyss. Then have you thought about what if you still can't beat me? Chapter 188 I Can't Control My Right Hand Anymore. Chapter 188 I Can't Control My Right Hand Anymore. I won't be able to defeat you. This is hell. I don't need to be stuck in that rotting body anymore, and my power won't be restricted by time. I've also eaten my souls here. I am completely different from before now. Confidence is good, but have you thought about what will happen if you lose? I won't lose. How about you turn around and ask for my friend's opinion? Your friend? Winry Gargamel suddenly felt a huge shadow loom over her. She turned around and saw the most horrifying and hopeless scene in both her previous and current life. She'd heard from the spirits that wandered the area that this huge snake before her now was the Lord, a terrible demon lord. Winry had once seen this demon from afar when she'd first fallen into hell. Whenever Raymond ate, he would swallow some spirits in the desert and leave when he was full. Whoever was eaten by him, well, that sucked for them. Whenever Raymond appeared, all the other spirits would hide from him. Let me introduce to you my friend, Raymond Stees. Chen Zhao smiled at Winry. Human, how should I punish her? I don't want to kill her yet. I have some questions to ask. Raymond spat out a mouthful of acid onto Winry. She immediately started screaming as smoke rose up from her body. She fell to the ground in pain. Are you sure this won't kill her? Chen Zhao asked with some regret while looking at Winry. This is how I store my food. My numbing poison will seal off her consciousness and she won't rot. It's like how you humans use refrigerators. Okay. Chen Zhao saw a 10-foot-tall figure beside Raymond. Of course, this figure was quite small compared to Raymond. This demon had brown skin, a bald head, long and sharp ears, and a pair of canines poking out of his mouth. He had the skin of an unknown beast on his back while there were various slits on his bare skin. These slits were all eyelids, opening and closing, they were eyes. Chen Zhao counted. This demon had at least 100 eyes. Hello? Are you the true visioner? Hello, living lord. I am the true visioner Laos, the demon said. His voice was weak. I'll check your body. While checking, Chen Zhao asked a few questions. Have you done anything special or ran into anything recently? Last time, I accidentally ate a mutant flower and was bedridden for a whole month, but that was half a year ago. Chen Zhao thought for a moment. Hell flowers were poisonous and harmful even to demons. What could a mutant flower cause? He wasn't sure. He had to do more research. He discovered that one eyeball on Leo's back was completely bloodshot. Leos, can you still see with this eye? That eye doesn't work anymore. Afterward, Xin Zhao discovered several eyes on Leos that had similar symptoms. He reached out and pressed the area around the eyes and finally found what was wrong. The capillaries on the eyes weren't capillaries at all. They were the roots of a plant. Xin Zhao took a stethoscope out and listened carefully to the inside of Leo's body. There's something living inside you, Xin Zhao said. Really? Can you do anything about it? It was common to have parasites in hell. The host and parasite would often live together because neither could do anything to the other. However, some parasites were more invasive and more harmful to the host. The parasite in Leos right now was obviously the more invasive and aggressive ones. If it couldn't be removed in time, Leos may be sucked dry by it. I need to operate on you and physically remove the parasite. You can do whatever necessary to remove that damn thing from me. One of the disabled eyes suddenly opened and shot a laser at Chen Zhao. His right hand went out of control. The mouth of Glutton on his palm opened and the ray shot into the mouth. Chen Zhao retreated hurriedly in fright. Leos, Raymond said, upset. Why did you attack the human? I didn't do that. I lost control of that eye long ago. That parasite has a mind, Chen Zhao analyzed. I think it sensed my intentions, so it attacked me. Leos, seal the eyes you can't control. Otherwise, the human can't do surgery. Okay. When I get that thing out, I'm going to rip it to shreds. It took a lot of effort to seal the uncontrollable eyes. Raymond helped a lot during the process too. Leos was numbed by Raymond's toxin too. Raymond, give me some of your anesthetic toxin later. Surgery begins. If it was a human, Chen Zhao wouldn't perform surgery in such an environment. However, his patient was a demon this time. He couldn't send a demon to a hospital's surgery room, after all. He had to deal with the difficulties under these conditions. Of course, he had to do everything that was possible. For example, he still disinfected his tools to prevent the patient from getting an infection. When the sharp knife slit Leo's stomach, the brown skin opened up like a zipper. Chen Zhao looked at Leo's innards. There was an obvious thing hiding in the center of his organs. It looked like an octopus. If the parasite invaded a human, he'd probably be sucked dry quickly. Only demons could survive this long with their strong vitality. Holding a syringe, Chen Zhao cautiously approached the parasite. The moment that he was about to inject the needle, two tentacles suddenly stuck onto Chen Zhao's arm. He tried to take his hand back, but he couldn't anymore. The mouth of Glutton on his hand opened up again. When it bit onto the parasite, Chen Zhao panicked. Don't eat everything. Open your mouth. Leo's got food poisoning from it. Do you want that to happen too? But the mouth of Glutton didn't listen at all. It started swallowing with all its might. Chapter 189 I Have Eyes on My Right Arm. Chapter 189 I Have Eyes on My Right Arm. Noticing Chen Zhao's anxiety, Raymond quickly comforted. Human, relax. Gluttony subordinates can digest anything. They're the only demons that won't be infested. Hearing Raymond's words, Chen Zhao calmed down at once. Can I digest it? Great. Don't eat me. Don't eat me. The parasite screamed in horror. I'm afraid begging now is too late already. The parasite had also been affected by Raymond's venom, so its struggle was very weak. Its tentacles attached onto Chen Zhao's arm like an octopus, but it could not hurt Chen Zhao at all. Parasites needed a host precisely because they could not survive in the outside world by themselves. It was an unbreakable law of nature, whether it was in the human world or in hell. The mouth of Glutton had already swallowed half of the parasite's body. Just then, the tentacles attached to Leo's organs and flesh also became inactive. Qin Zhao pulled his hand and the entire parasite was drawn out of Leo's abdomen. The parasite struggled wildly, dragging a few of Leo's eyeballs out at the same time. The eyeballs were attached to the end of the tentacles. As the mouth of Glutton finally devoured the parasite, it swallowed the eyeballs too. However, the next moment, a few eyes opened on Qin Zhao's arm, one after another. There were 5 eyes on his arm and 1 on the back of his hand, making a total of 6. What the actual fuck? Am I infested? Qin Zhao wanted to cry but had no tears. It seemed like he would have to perform surgery to his own arm later. The mouth of Glutton was really too greedy and ate everything. Anyway, it was not the time to think about all this. Qin Zhao still had to stitch Leo's abdomen. After the operation, Qin Zhao stared at Raymond with much resentment. Didn't you just say that gluttony subordinates can't be infested? Look at the eyes on my arm. I've already been infested by that parasite. Do you feel anything different? Huh? I don't think so. So stop scaring yourself. Gluttony subordinates have very powerful digestive systems. Those fat pigs will many a time devour other demons and obtain their abilities. Clearly, the mouth of Glutton on your arm has eaten the parasite and obtained the eyes. So I'm fine? Yes. Really? Yes. Puff. I almost had a heart attack. Qin Zhao heaved a long sigh of relief. He tried to control the eyes, but they did not open, or rather he could not open them. Qin Zhao felt annoyed again. How are they useful if I can't even fucking control them? When the mouth of Glutton disappeared, so did the eyes. Qin Zhao decided to ask Jessica later how to control the mouth of Glutton. Currently, it would appear whenever it wanted to and disappear otherwise, which Qin Zhao really hated. After the paralytic effect of Raymond's venom ended, Leos woke up. Despite having lost a few eyes, Leos was clearly elated. After all, he had over 100 eyes and losing a few was really no big deal. He felt that he had fully recovered. The heaviness that had been bothering him for a long time was finally gone. Living Lord, thank you for your help. Please take my gift. Leos very readily gave Qin Zhao the pristine eyeballs that he had prepared. He took out a bottle filled with some liquid, in which 3 eyeballs were floating. Qin Zhao found this journey to hell pretty rewarding. The pristine eyeballs could be used on anyone, whether it was a demon or a human. Human, what do you plan to do to this witch soul? Raymond asked. Do you want her? I need someone to clean this place. It's hard to meet such a complete soul, you know, Raymond said. Then I'll leave her here after questioning her. Winry Gargamel woke up slowly. She really hoped that it was but a dream. However, her clear awareness told her that Raymond and Leos before her were real. Qin Zhao's mocking smile only deepened her hatred. Winry Gargamel, I have a few questions for you. Answer them well and I'll forget about what happened in the human world. Otherwise, Qin Zhao turned his head and glanced at Raymond and Leos. Raymond opened his mouth and helped Qin Zhao to intimidate Winry. While Leos was not as big as Raymond, as he opened all his eyes, Winry realized that she was being stared at by a dense group of eyeballs. Winry instantly peed her pants, if she could still pee. What questions do you want to ask me? Let me go. I'll tell you everything. Raymond needs a servant. If you answer my questions well, you'll stay here and help him. If not, I think Raymond won't mind having you for dinner. What do you want to know? Where's Treed Pempton? I suppose he's in hell too, right? Treed? He's already been sacrificed to Lord Besta. His soul is gone forever. Is Besta the large octopus that appeared last time? Yes. To Winry, Sleeper Besta was the master she had served for her whole life. Even after she died, she still held this belief. However, Qin Zhao had easily summoned a few demons and defeated Besta. Therefore, Qin Zhao was as formidable to Winry as a god. It seemed reasonable that Qin Zhao called Besta an octopus. Do you know where Treed hid his properties? Yes. He changed them to gold and hid it under the Mirror Lake waterfall. What about the rest? He also has some other properties in the form of artwork. Do you know where he hid them? Huh! I didn't even know that he has those. Raymond, do you have a way to make her painful? My corrosive venom can dissolve her soul bit by bit, Raymond answered. I really didn't know. Winry almost burst into tears. It was the first time in her life being so honest, but nobody seemed to believe her. Living Lord, I don't think she's lying. My eye of truth has been staring at her. If she's lying, I would know. I really don't know. I only know that Treat exchanged his properties for gold. I didn't know that he secretly hid some of his properties. Which means you're useless now, right? Chen Zhao squinted and stared at Winry. Wait. I remember. A few years ago, Treat asked me to create a ward for him. Perhaps he hid the things there. Chapter 190 Gaia's Classes. Get Beaten Studiously. Chapter 190 Gaia's Classes. Get Beaten Studiously. Qin Zhao received a lot of information from Winry, who remained with Raymond afterward. Qin Zhao spent 6 hours in hell. Raymond and Beelzebub were similar in power, but their statuses were still different. Beelzebub was like a feudal lord with a couple of acres of land. Raymond was a bachelor who lived by himself. Of course, they were both better off than the silly twins. At least, Raymond wouldn't go hungry and he ruled over the endless bottomless. There was an endless supply of souls in the surrounding desert. If he was hungry, he could go over and have a meal. When he was tired, he could go lay down at home and sleep for a few years. His days were comfortable. He never had to worry about going hungry or if he could survive tomorrow. On the other hand, the silly twins were truly homeless demons. If Qin Zhao hadn't summoned them, they'd probably still be living their hard lives. The sun hadn't risen yet, so Qin Zhao went to sleep. In the morning, Qin Zhao heard the sound of the door opening, and saw Fali enter in his daze. Chen, you came back last night? Yeah. Where did you go? Fali pressed. Did you go somewhere mysterious? Are there a lot of people like you? She was extremely curious about Qin Zhao, because he disappeared right before her eyes last night. She couldn't sleep at all. She needed to get an answer from Qin Zhao. Yes, but I can't tell you where it is. Is your group secretly protecting Earth? Stopping evil from invading? Since you guessed it, don't say it out loud. Really? You're a guardian of the Earth? Are there a lot of people like you? Actually, I'm the only one on Earth. I'm responsible for protecting it. You protect Earth alone? Are you an alien? Qin Zhao pursed his lips. He didn't continue because he was afraid that he wouldn't be able to keep bullshitting. You needed 1,000 lies to make up for one lie. That saying was completely true. Faced with a curious George like Fali, Qin Zhao felt even more troubled. You can't tell me? All right, I'll stop asking. A moment later, Fali continued. Being a doctor is just your alias, right? It's my job, Qin Zhao said, rolling his eyes. Do you need an assistant? I suddenly feel like being with you is more meaningful than with the coastal rescue team. I don't need an assistant. Please, being with the coastal rescue team is meaningful too. But I want to protect Earth like you. Earth doesn't need me to protect it. If aliens invade someday or a meteorite falls, then it'll need me. I just need to be a good doctor right now. Fali was about to reply, but Qin Zhao waved his hand. Don't ask when aliens will invade or when a meteorite will fall. I don't know. Okay. Fali obviously wanted to ask that question. Qin Zhao suddenly regretted exaggerating like this. Once the truth was exposed, it would be really awkward. Breaking free from Fali, he rushed out without eating breakfast. Seeing Qin Zhao, Gaia walked out of the office. Chen, how are you today? I'm fine. Why? Qin Zhao loosened up his muscles. He'd only slept for 4 hours, but he was clear-headed. I told you yesterday that I'll give you a small test. Did you forget? If I say I'm in a horrible shape today, can I delay the test? No, Gaia said emotionlessly. Go put on the protective gear. The people I invited are almost here. Chen Zhao put on his gear. A while later, the skilled fighters that Gaia invited arrived. Some were amateur enthusiasts, some were professional fighters, while others had practiced medium-weight boxing before. Gaia introduced everyone to Chen Zhao. This was a test, not a competition, so everyone put on protective gear and gloves. This way, no one would accidentally get hurt while fighting. People that Gaia thought were skilled would definitely be skilled. This was why Chen Zhao took things seriously. The 5 fighters were serious as well. They were very familiar with Gaia and all 5 of them had been invited at once to test one student. This showed how much importance she placed on this. Chen, we're coming. The 5 fanned out and stood around Chen Zhao. Chen Zhao walked out first. Waving his fist, he went for a black man. The other 4 snatched the opportunity to attack him at once. In a blink of an eye, he was hit 3 or 4 times. It hurt even with the protective gear. Chen, get it straight, Gaia called from under the ring. You're facing 5 people, not 1. Don't attack at random. Even with Gaia's reminder, it was still hard to counter all 5 fighters. They weren't hooligans from the streets. Each of them could take on 3 opponents at once. It was unavoidable for Chen Zhao to get beaten up while the other 5 were untouched. Gaia kept giving him reminders from below the ring, what to do, how to attack, and how to defend. 20 minutes later, Chen Zhao finally hit someone, but it was only 1 punch. When he walked out of the ring, it felt like his bones were about to fall apart. It felt like when he'd gotten beaten up on his first meeting with Gaia. Chen Zhao tossed his gear down and fell onto the ground. So, you're really disappointed, right? At that moment, the black fighter came down too and patted his shoulder. You did good. I was beaten up by you guys the entire time. That's good. There's 5 of us and 1 of you. Isn't it good enough that you could last for 20 minutes? When I got tested last time, I faced 3 guys and got flattened in less than 10 minutes. It was fate, Joma, and a pace. I just covered my head the whole time and was too scared to even punch. How about it? Gaia looked at Chen Zhao. Do you still think you're bad? Are you saying that I'm powerful now? Not that powerful, but at least you're undefeatable in taking hits. Even if I go up, I won't be able to last more than 10 minutes. So I'm powerful. If it was me, I wouldn't let myself get hit for 10 minutes. I'll take care of the fight in 10 minutes. I don't want to compete with you, monster. It's too damaging to my self-esteem. Chapter 191 It feels totally different to beat 5 weaklings. Chapter 191 It feels totally different to beat 5 weaklings. Chen Zhao had long given up his plan to take revenge on Gaia. Finding this human-shaped T-Rex for revenge was equivalent to committing suicide. It was only a small test today. When the entire boxing course ended, there would still be a real test. In the afternoon, Chen Zhao went to Mr. Doman's manor. What a lovely day it is! Smiling, Chen Zhao stared at Norman's face immediately darkened, not because she was ill, but just because she saw Chen Zhao. Chen Zhao looked at Norman's. Let's start the training today. I'm too hungry to exercise. Norman's lay on the lawn, deliberately disobeying Chen Zhao's instruction. 1 kilometer run, 1 chicken drumstick. Chen Zhao threw his bait. Norman's immediately stood up. The day before, she only got 1 drumstick after swimming for a kilometer, but today it was just running. Clearly, running was the easier of the 2. Swimming for a kilometer was really too tiring for her. But there's a condition. You have to run for 3 kilometers straight, and you get 3 drumsticks. If you can't finish the entire journey, I'll only give you the corresponding number of apples. Hearing Chen Zhao's words, Norman's gritted her teeth firmly. This bastard is indeed mean and shameless. Norman's thought of all the cuss words she knew and used them on Chen Zhao. How much distance do I have to run if I want a whole chicken? Swim for 3 kilometers, Chen Zhao said. Why do the rewards for swimming and running differ so much when they're both 3 kilometers? You were in your school's sports team, So you should know well that swimming and running use very different amounts of energy. Then let's run first, Norman said. Of course. Let's go. I don't want to run here. Let's run on the street. Up to you. Considering Norman's self-esteem, Qin Zhao had been training her in the manner. Since Norman's wanted to go outside herself, Qin Zhao would obviously not stop her. The two left the manor and ran on the road by the sea. Beelzebub ran behind them. Actually, his stamina was comparable to Qin Zhao's. Bastard, slow down and talk to me. Qin Zhao slowed down. Do you still have additional energy to speak? After just a few hundred meters, Norman's already started to feel tired. She was too heavy, after all. Every step she took would consume a significant amount of her strength. Asshole, if you stop the slimming course, I'll give you more money. Mr. Doman has already told me about this scenario earlier. Your pocket money every month is only 10,000, so I'm certain that you can't give me more money than your dad, Qin Zhao said with a smile. Asshole! Norman's cursed, gritting her teeth. Just then, someone approached them from the front. It was Daniel. He was also wearing a set of loose sportswear and running, his body already covered in sweat. Seeing Qin Zhao, Daniel approached him. Shen, what a surprise! What are you doing here? Work. Qin Zhao did not stop. Daniel turned around and ran beside Qin Zhao. He continued, Aren't you a doctor? Qin Zhao pointed at Norman's, who was over 10 meters behind them. My current work is to slim her down. Huh! Norman's. Hey, Daniel. Norman's and Daniel clearly knew each other. They greeted each other. Norman's, is Qin your slimming coach? A great choice. I didn't want this asshole here. It's all my dad. Do you know how vicious he is? Do you know how little I've eaten in the past 3 days? Less than what I would normally eat in an hour. Look at my belly. It looks so deflated. Norman's complained. This means it's working. I don't need any slimming. But I really hope that you'll become the charming woman you once were, and not like this. What? I don't believe that she was even once beautiful. Qin Zhao twitched his lips, his face filled with contempt. Actually, he had seen photos of Norman's in the past. She was indeed once pretty. I don't need you to believe anything. Norman's widened her eyes at Qin Zhao. Let's run together, Daniel invited. Qin Zhao remained silent. Daniel looked at Beelzebub, who had been running alone at the back. Is White Ma all right? Recovering well, Qin Zhao answered. Oh yeah, White Ma is that enormous white dog, right? Why didn't you bring him any more after that day? What happened? He was bitten by a shark, Daniel said. You have no idea how brave Qin was. That day, White Ma and Black Ma were playing in the sea. When White Ma was attacked by the shark, Qin charged into the sea and fought with the shark. In the end, he even killed the shark. I didn't do much. Black Ma bit the shark to death. I checked the shark's carcass. Its gill was severely injured. Black Ma couldn't have done that. Norman's looked at Qin Zhao in surprise. She did not expect him to have such a brave side. Nevertheless, she would not show it. It must have been a baby shark. Of course not. It was an adult tiger shark that's 5 meters long and 600 kilograms heavy. It's indeed a top predator. You have no idea how dangerous the situation was. Daniel surely admired Qin Zhao a lot. At least he was not brave enough to fight with a tiger shark in the sea. To him, it was almost like committing suicide. However, Qin Zhao actually did it in order to save his pets. Norman's clearly knew how fearsome an adult tiger shark was. In fact, tiger sharks even dared to attack whales. My grandpa even made that tiger shark into a specimen. Chun, when you're free, you can go there and take a look at your own trophy. Sure. I'll go there if I'm free. Suddenly, a small truck appeared behind them. A few gangsters jumped down from the truck, all of them holding baseball bats. Their leader pointed at Qin Zhao with his bat directly and said, He's the one. Do we know each other? Qin Zhao was flabbergasted. Beat him up. The few gangsters leaped towards Chen Zhao right away. Crash! One of the gangsters managed to strike Chen Zhao's shoulder with his baseball bat. Chen Zhao kicked out in pain. The gangster flew backwards directly. Filled with anger, Chen Zhao lifted his arm and punched at the gangster who ran towards him again. Immediately, the gangster's baseball bat was broken into two. Chen Zhao threw a left uppercut, and the gangster collapsed onto the ground. And then fell the second, third, fourth, and last gangster. The 5 gangsters were on a completely different level as the 5 experts Chen Zhao had fought in the morning. Against the 5 fighting experts, Chen Zhao could only try to block their attacks. However, against the 5 gangsters, Chen Zhao managed to subdue all of them in less than 3 minutes. Chapter 192 Extra Practice Today. Chapter 192 Extra Practice Today. The 5 hooligans lay in a mess on the ground. Chen Zhao rubbed his shoulder. It hurt from the first hit by the baseball bat. He could overlook the other attacks. Daniel looked at Chen Zhao in shock. Norman's expression was a bit unnatural. Chen Zhao lifted one guy up. "Who told you to come?" "Don't know." The man was tight-lipped. Chen Zhao grabbed the man's wrist and twisted it forcefully. "Ah!" The man let out a pained cry, but he still didn't say anything. Chen Zhao let go of the wrist. It wasn't like he would actually shatter the bone. He tossed the man onto the ground. They'd been taught enough of a lesson. These guys were also certain that Chen Zhao couldn't kill them. After all, people had already called the cops. This was Beverly Hills. Plus, Chen Zhao guessed from Norman's reaction that these guys attacked him under her orders. A few minutes later, a police car came, sirens blaring. Daniel voluntarily explained the situation to the cops, saying that they'd been attacked. He and Normans were both residents. What were the people who could live here like? The police obviously knew, so they didn't need Daniel to explain further. They naturally knew what to do. After all, Beverly Hills had their own police department and were the fastest at dispatched officers in all of L.A. They were the bodyguards for these rich people. The police took the 5 hooligans away soon after. "Chen, are you hurt?" "No." Chen Zhao shook his head. "Normans, let's continue." Are you sure you can still run?" Norman's chubby cheeks quivered. "Of course. I can run 10 more kilometers." Chen Zhao sneered. "Your training plan today is to run 10 kilometers? What, why?" Normans exclaimed. "You said we'll only run 3 kilometers. Because I got attacked, because I'm pissed off right now." He'd gotten beat up for no reason. Even though he'd won, he was still unable to be happy. "I'm not going to run even if you kill me." "Are you sure you're not running?" "I'm sure." "Daniel, can you buy me some food? I'm hungry." Normans instantly felt hungry. "You asshole!" Chen Zhao's tactic was the pettiest. Eating in front of her when she was hungry was more painful than death. What was more painful than eating before a fatty and not letting her eat too? In the end, Normans gave in. Chen Zhao only gave her 1 bottle of water the entire time. Norman still forced herself to finish the 10 kilometers. On the other hand, Daniel glared at Chen Zhao with resentment. He'd been forced to run it all too. He was healthy, but 10 kilometers was a pretty big test to him too. Even Normans could run the 10 kilometers. If he gave up halfway, it would be too embarrassing, so he had to finish even if he died in the end. The most annoying thing was that Chen Zhao ate the entire time with a relaxed expression. Normans finally realized that Chen Zhao's fitness was much, much better than she'd expected. This asshole was a complete beast. However, it was also surprising to Normans that she could complete the 10 kilometers. This was unimaginable to her. She probably couldn't have run so much even when she was in shape. Normans looked at the bottle in her hands. Had something been added to the water? Chen Zhao had given it to her. She opened the bottle and sniffed, but there wasn't any odd smell. "Can I get a roasted chicken for 10 kilometers? Normans looked at Chen Zhao. "No. 10 drumsticks." Normans started cursing at him again, but she accepted it in the end. However, she couldn't keep eating when she got to the 6th drumstick. She looked up at Qin Zhao. Did you do something to me? Qin Zhao wouldn't admit it even if he'd done something, but he replied matter-of-factly. Don't blame everything on me. Intense exercise will cause gastric acid reversal. It's normal that you don't have an appetite. You forced me to run the 10 kilometers. Qin Zhao ignored her complaints. Are you done eating? If you are, then we'll run back. What? Run back. I'm not running. No, I need a car. If you don't run back, I'm going to tell your dad that you hired a gang to attack me. That's slander, you asshole. I have to go somewhere. Bye, Chen. Bye, Normans. Daniel escaped. He didn't want to get involved in Qin Zhao and Norman's fight. Even more, he didn't want to run 10 kilometers again. Normans cried while running. I'll kill you, asshole, one day. Don't forget. Drink some water if you can't run anymore. She was still crying by the time she reached the manor. Mr. Doman was already in hiding because he'd heard that his daughter cried on the way back. He didn't want to be the recipient of Norman's complaints. Plus, he thought that Qin Zhao was doing the right thing. At least, Norman's had thinned obviously over these past few days. Are you done crying? Come weigh yourself. 279 pounds. She'd been 295 pounds when she'd weighed herself before swimming yesterday. This meant that she'd lost more than 15 pounds from the nearly 2 kilometers of swimming yesterday, and today's 20 kilometers of running. Okay, let's swim. You only completed half of your tasks today. I don't have energy. Get up if you want to eat dinner tonight. Qin Zhao had to intensify Norman's daily exercise because as she lost more fat and water, the speed of losing weight would slow down too. He could only maintain the current speed by increasing her exercise. Norman's was practically dragged to the pool. Qin Zhao wasn't the type to go easy on girls. Plus, Norman's wasn't a girl, she was a monster. Qin Zhao only gave her enough food to maintain her health. She couldn't get anything more than that. After swimming 10 kilometers, Norman's discovered how shocking her endurance was. This was impossible. What was 10 kilometers for swimmers? Less than 1 in 1,000 people in the world could do it. Even most professional swimmers wouldn't be able to accomplish it. And yet she did it with her 279-pound body. She felt that Qin Zhao must have done something to her. Chapter 193 The Value of Artwork. Chapter 193 The Value of Artwork. Mr. Qin, why don't you stay here for dinner? Mr. Doman invited. I would love to, but I really need to go home. Is your girlfriend waiting for you at home? Qin Zhao shook his head. I have something else. All right then. Here's my business card. If you need these things, you can call me anytime. Mr. Doman gave Qin Zhao an exquisite business card. Qin Zhao glanced at the card. Written on the front was Mr. Doman's full name, Frickley Doman. On the back was his company's name, Elena Art Appraisal, as well as a bunch of phone numbers. Mr. Doman, are you an art appraiser? We also provide auctions. Mr. Doman said. Can I ask you something about artwork? What do you want to know? What's the simplest way to tell if a piece of art is valuable? Firstly, its age. In principle, the older something is, the more valuable it is. Next, its rarity. For example, in 1798, the French king gave out Crown of France commemorative gold coins. Today, there are only 3 of them left, and each is worth over $1 million. In the same year, the Bank of England gave out Empire commemorative coins. Because many collectors have them, each coin is only worth 10,000. Mr. Doman was very professional in the field. Even though Qin Zhao only wanted a brief introduction, Mr. Doman still tried his best to tell him all he could about artwork. Qin Zhao could only understand some of it, because the rest were too technical. In fact, despite having spoken so much, Mr. Doman had merely scratched the surface of the field. It was obviously impossible to explain everything to an artwork newbie in just a day. Mr. Chen, if you want to know how much a piece of art is worth, the easiest way is to bring it to my company and get it appraised. Do not buy it before you know its value, Mr. Doman advised. Of course. Thank you, Mr. Doman. I have a book on art appraisal. You can read it when you're free. Thank you, Mr. Doman gave him the book and Qin Zhao accepted it. When Qin Zhao returned home, he realized that there was a guest. For was here. At the moment, she was helping Fali in the kitchen. For, why are you here? For glanced at Qin Zhao and stopped what she was doing. She followed Qin Zhao to the living room and stared at him with a judgmental look. Qin, what's your relationship with my sister? What do you mean? We're friends, and also housemates. What relationship do you want us to have? Qin Zhao was bewildered by the question. Just then, Fali walked out from the kitchen, carrying a plate of dish in her hand. She thinks that we're a couple. How about we make some progress tonight and break through our pure friendship? Qin Zhao laughed. Are you really just friends? For still did not believe them. After all, the fact that Fali was staying in the same house as a man already indicated that she did not hate him. Maybe she even liked him. Why can't we just be friends? Moreover, even if we are a couple, what are you going to do? Bless us or stop us? I only want to know the truth. That's all. So you're just here to find contents for gossip? Qin Zhao sat on the sofa and reached out his hand, grabbing himself a piece of meat from the plate. For frown, but Fali was clearly already used to it. The fact that Qin Zhao could do so naturally and Fali ignored it showed that their relationship was certainly not that simple. For let her imagination run wild in her head. Anyway, she only believed what she saw and thought. Suddenly, Qin Zhao removed his shirt. For was shocked. What are you doing? I forgot that you're here. Qin Zhao also realized it, but since he had already taken his shirt off, there was no reason for him to put it back on again. This only confirmed For's guess that Qin Zhao and Fali had at least once seen each other naked. What happened to your shoulder? Were you beaten by someone? For saw the obvious bruise on Qin Zhao's left shoulder. My boxing coach accidentally punched me today during class. No. It's a bruise from a blunt weapon. Did your coach train you with a baseball bat? Help me apply some medication. Given Qin Zhao's physical strength, the gangster must have used a lot of force to leave such a bruise. As For applied some cream on Qin Zhao's shoulder, she also admired Qin Zhao's body. I didn't know that you're so strong. Then, she even peeked at Fali with the corner of her eye to see Fali's reaction. Unfortunately, Fali had seen Qin Zhao's body way too many times. She had in fact even seen Qin Zhao fully naked before. Just then, White Ma approached them with trembly movement. He carefully looked at Qin Zhao and For, after which he extended his paw and got himself a piece of meat. White Ma had already discovered that because he was injured, Qin Zhao and Fali were exceptionally tolerant to his actions. Realizing that White Ma had succeeded, Black Ma followed suit. Before he even reached out, however, Qin Zhao already kicked him away. Go away. Can't you see that we have a guest? Don't you know how to spell embarrassment? How did that white wolf get injured? Why is everyone beside me able to tell that they're wolves? They're too big, even for wolves. Even the largest dog can't reach their size. Black Ma and White Ma had a shoulder height of over 120 centimeters and weighed over 100 kilograms. They were clearly two powerful beasts. You haven't told me how he got injured. Bitten by a shark. That's unlucky. You mean he's lucky? At least he's still alive. I guess you're right. Having kicked by Qin Zhao, Black Ma was obviously dispirited. He took out some dog food by himself, and then started eating at the door. Seeing Black Ma's extremely intelligent act, For could not help but laugh. She had never seen a dog which knew how to take a packet of dog food from the shelf, open it, and eat it. More importantly, Black Ma was a wolf. Sell me a dog. No way. Stop asking me this again. Qin Zhao answered emotionlessly. Don't forget that you owe me a favor. Please. You only helped me to analyze a blood sample. I can at most pay you the money for the analysis. Stop threatening me with this. Can't you tell I was joking? For widened her eyes at Qin Zhao. Do you know each other before? I didn't even know, Fali said, clearly implying something else. We weren't close. Met each other a few times during work, For quickly explained. She did not want her sister to misunderstand anything. Chen, are you still working as an illegal doctor? Why don't you get a medical license? It shouldn't be difficult for you, right? Of course it's difficult. I've learned most of my medical knowledge in China, which is somewhat different from the one in America. If I want to get a medical license, I won't be able to work at all for half a year. Chapter 194 Lost Doom Star. Chapter 194 Lost Doom Star. 4 left, not staying for the night. After she left, Qin Zhao and Fali felt much more relaxed. It had been as if they were meeting the parents. 4 kept asking a bunch of questions, making them uncomfortable. Fali walked around the living room in her bra. Qin Zhao sat on the sofa in his boxers. He flipped through the art appraisal book. To be honest, most of the content was good at curing insomnia. He'd rather flip through medical books than this book. However, his hand stopped on the explanation on one page. It was a colored picture of the lost Doom Star. It was a huge black diamond. The caption also stated that this picture was made digitally. It wasn't the true lost Doom Star. The right page introduced the diamond. The Doom Star had been discovered in 1820 in Africa. It was 380 carats. The expedition team that had discovered this diamond had massacred the tribe that owned it. It had been 163 lives. When this bloody black diamond was brought back to Britain, the most skilled artisan at the time turned it into a pendant. However, after the artisan completed the work, he lost both his hands in an accident. A noble received the pendant, but both he and his manor was lost in a fire. The pendant then fell into the hands of a prostitute. She was killed by her client. This pendant encasing the black diamond continued being passed on, but none of the owners had good endings. The name, Doom Star, began spreading. In the end, no one dared to collect it. Finally, it was sent to the Royal Museum to be exhibited. However, the museum had a fire, and the Doom Star disappeared once again. In 1882, an American businessman bought it from a city rogue for $800. He planned on taking the Doom Star to America. He was traveling on the brigantine Mary Celeste to New York. However, the Mary Celeste never reached New York. It disappeared in the Pacific Ocean. In 1883, a ship met the Mary Celeste in the ocean, and the sailors even boarded the ship to look. The Mary Celeste was empty of people. The goods that were to be shipped were all intact. There were no signs of struggle. After checking, they also found that there was sufficient food and fresh water. Most of the food was still edible even though the ship had been lost for more than a year. However, the sailors and passengers had all disappeared. Not a single bone was there. This was also the Mary Celeste's last time appearing in everyone's eyes. No one ever saw it again. Some people claimed to have seen the ship, but these comments had no evidence. So that was that. Even now, some people claim to have seen the ship with some vintage and blurry pictures for proof. The Doom Star also disappeared with the Mary Celeste. Qin Zhao picked up his tablet and searched for the Mary Celeste. Many pictures popped up. Most of them were pictures of an aged brigantine. One picture attracted his attention. This was a black and white picture from the 60s. It seemed to have been taken from a mile away. The brigantine in the picture looked very old. As if it had been fished out of the sea, there was a lot of seaweed on it, and the entire ship was rotten. What are you looking at? Fali came to Qin Zhao's side and poked her head over. When she saw the picture on the tablet, Qin Zhao felt her arms shake. Is it this one? Fali nodded powerfully. Yes, this one. You found it? Walter had found a wooden board that said Mary on it. Do you know about the Doom Star? Doom Star? What's that? This. Qin Zhao handed the art appraisal book to her. Fali furrowed her brows. You really saw it before? I bought a pendant from a flea market before. The black diamond looks like this too, but it only costed $100. The seller and I both thought that it was a fake. Is it here? Wait, I'll go get it. Fali jogged to her room. A moment later, she took out a pendant. The black diamond on it really was the lost Doom Star. Qin Zhao gasped. Black Ma suddenly started growling at Fali's pendant. Black Ma, what's wrong? Demon badge. It's a demon badge. Beelzebub also stood up, staring hard at the Doom Star. Master, this demon badge has a powerful curse. Qin Zhao thought for a moment. Turning to Fali, he said, Fali, I'm afraid you can't keep this lost Doom Star. It will hurt you. Is everything true on the book? It has evil power. What should I do with it? Toss it? Give it to me, Beelzebub said immediately. I can eat it. Give me, Black Ma said. I can wear it. Its power is similar to mine. I can unleash its power. It was evident that he really wanted the Doom Star. Is there a way to expel the power and keep the Doom Star? Qin Zhao asked. Beelzebub and Black Ma shook their heads at once. Impossible. Qin Zhao looked at Fali. You have two choices now. Let Black Ma wear it or let Beelzebub eat it. Let Beelzebub eat it. Are you serious? He likes eating weird things. Qin Zhao shrugged. Just then, Qin Zhao's phone rang. It was from Sienna. Chen, I discovered the ghost ship. Yesterday, some people on a yacht near Angel Beach recorded something and posted it online. It's the Mary Celeste. My teacher and a dozen witches died on that ghost ship. I advise you to give up. This ghost ship is scary. I'm afraid I have to face it, Qin Zhao said. This ghost ship is here for Fali. What? Fali bought something amazing. She used $100 to buy what she thought was a fake but is actually a 380-carat black diamond. This is what started it all. What? Sienna cried. Why don't I have this luck? Why? I feel pain. No, I can't breathe. Chapter 195 Launching the Attack First. Chapter 195 Launching the Attack First. Whenever Sienna thought about how Fali had gotten a 380-carat black diamond with just $100, she could feel herself go insane. It was such an expensive gem. If it was sold in an auction, it would probably cost hundreds of millions. If you're the one who bought the Doom Star instead, what will you do? Sell it away? Why not? You better search the history of Doom Star online. Then you'll get it. Qin Zhao started to devise a plan. Their main goal now was to eliminate the ghost ship, or Mary San Frisco. The only problem was that he had no idea whether the ghost ship had been targeting Fali or the Doom Star. If it was the Doom Star, Qin Zhao would just take the Doom Star and wait for the ghost ship to find him. However, if it was Fali instead, the situation would be much more troublesome. She had to either stay away from the sea for her entire life, or be the bait. Fali, give me the Doom Star. Let's see if the ghost ship will find me instead. Qin, Sienna just said that the ghost ship is very powerful. Let's not go and find it. Even if we don't look for it, it might continue to look for you. Do you plan to not go to the sea for the rest of your life? After brief consideration, Fali still gave the Doom Star to Qin Zhao. When are you going? Tonight, Qin Zhao said. So soon? Aren't you going to prepare? No need. You should at least for White Ma to heal. He might be able to help. He can help. I won't need him anyway. Qin Zhao had already talked with Blackie, who said that he could settle the ship. Since Blackie said that there would not be a problem, it must be the case. However, Fali seemed to be somewhat lost due to Qin Zhao's abrupt decision. She wanted to follow him there, but did not dare to. The encounter with the ghost ship that night was indeed a psychological trauma for her. This time, Chen Zhao only brought Blackie with him, and no demon else. Rasfa, do you have a contact number for any yacht rental companies? Yes. Are you going to rent a yacht? Yup. I have a yacht. You can come here. No, I don't want a big yacht like the one you have. I only need a normal one. Why do you need a yacht? A party? If it's a party, of course you need a big one. It's complicated. I might even damage your yacht. I don't want to pay that much money in case I destroy it. Give me the contact number of a yacht rental company. Chen Zhao was also unsure about how this mission would progress. Rasfa thought about it and said, I have more than just one yacht. In fact, I have a much smaller one that's been at a port for quite some time. It's rather old, but it can still be used. If you need it, I can give the yacht to you for free. Stop hesitating and just come here. That abandoned small yacht is only about $200,000 or $300,000. All right then. Can I operate it alone? Of course. It's not hard to operate a yacht. After all, if it's too difficult, nobody will buy it. Many rich people like to operate their own yachts and go out to the sea. Chen Zhao hurried to Rasfa's house. When he arrived, he saw Manny there too. Hi, Manny. I don't want to speak to you, stingy cat. Manny turned around and left. Chen Zhao was confused. He could not remember offending Manny before. Haha. Chen, look at the wall. Chen Zhao turned his head and saw a tiger shark specimen hanging on the wall. Is that the shark which hurt White Ma? In the specimen, the damaged parts had all been repaired. It looked like a real shark which was looking for a prey in the sea. Also the one which bit Daniel. I didn't expect there to be such a killer in my beach. Luckily you killed it. I didn't actually do much. Black Ma did most of the job. Chin, here's the key to my yacht, Seek. I'll ask Paul to bring you there. All right. The thing I have is somewhat urgent. I'll go now. Sure. Be careful. Rasfa did not ask Chen Zhao to stay. Instead, he asked Paul to bring Chen Zhao to the port. When they reached the port, Chen Zhao realized that it was filled with yachts, many of which were waiting to be thrown away. There were almost 20 million yachts in America, while there were just over 300 million people. This meant that on average, every 15 people owned a yacht. Thus, cheap yachts were really very cheap. Some only cost $100,000. Nevertheless, when Paul brought Chen Zhao to the yacht Seek, Chen Zhao realized that he had been deceived. It was definitely not a yacht that was only $200,000 or $300,000. This yacht, which was waiting to be abandoned, cost at least $1 million. Even after considering depreciation, it could be sold at about $500,000 or $600,000. Seek was 22 meters long and had 3 floors, including the lower cabin. At the top of the yacht was an open-air platform. Inside the yacht there were 4 bedrooms, a living room, a kitchen, and 2 public restrooms. It was indeed a luxurious apartment. Paul followed Chen Zhao onto the yacht. Chen, do you want me to stay here and help you operate the ship? Nope. Just teach me how to. It's not hard, right? It's simple, don't worry. It's not more difficult than driving a car. I can't drive a car. As long as you know how to use a tablet. This yacht has an autopilot function. The yacht's operation was indeed very simple. After over 10 minutes, Chen Zhao learned most of the things he needed. Then, Paul left the yacht and Chen Zhao set off. Chen Zhao also did not know where he should go. Anyway, he entered a random course and set the yacht on autopilot. He did not have to worry about anything else. Chen Zhao sat on the open-air platform and stared at the starry sky, waiting for the ghost ship to show up. However, waiting here and doing nothing was rather boring. Chen Zhao ran back into the cabin, looking for something to drink. Suddenly, a head stretched out from one of the bedrooms. Manny? Chen Zhao screamed. Manny turned his head and looked at Chen Zhao. The two stared at each other in silence. Why are you on the ship? Chen Zhao roared. Why can't I be on the ship? Manny pouted, unconcerned. It's my grandfather's yacht. Do you know that there are some perverts who will find ways to get a girl out on the sea? After they're done playing with her, they'll throw her into the sea to feed the sharks. Looking at Qinzhao's gloomy face, Manny shivered and stared at him in horror. Are you that kind of pervert? Are you scared now? Why didn't you think of the consequences when you boarded the yacht? I just wanted to see why you're coming out to the sea. Who would know that you're a pervert? Manny cried in fear. Qinzhao could not stop shaking in anger. He called Rasfa. Rasfa, your granddaughter is now on the yacht. I have no idea when she hid here. Huh? Manny's on the yacht? I'll return now and send her to the shore. Ask Paul to wait for her there. Qinzhao ran into the cockpit, cancelled the original course, and then set the yacht to return. However, the operating system seemed to be dysfunctional. Despite trying for a long time, Qinzhao could not finish the setup. Chapter 196 Storm at Sea, Lost Contact. Chapter 196 Storm at Sea, Lost Contact. Manny, don't you know how to steer a yacht? Manny was still wiping her tears. She looked at Qinzhao with resentment. She knew that Qinzhao was scaring her, but she'd really had a fright earlier. Idiot, you can't even do these simple things. If you keep yapping, I'm gonna toss you into the sea. If you keep threatening me, I'll tell the cops when we land that you tried raping me. You better bribe the hospital for injury verification first. Manny glared at Qinzhao and came to the steering position. Huh! How come you can't turn off autopilot? Manny tried turning it off but failed. Did you mess up the system? How come you can't turn it off? Pfft, seems like you aren't any smarter than me. Qinzhao mocked. The automatic screen seemed to have been disturbed. It kept flashing erratically. Qinzhao suddenly had a bad feeling. Manny, go to the bedroom and don't come out. What's wrong? Listen and go hide. Don't come out, no matter what you hear. Manny checked Qinzhao's expression. Before, he'd always had an annoying smile, but he looked completely different now. His expression was now serious, like something major was about to happen. The yacht kept cruising forward without stopping. Just then, a light on the side of the steering system lit up. What does this light mean? Manny pointed at the flashing screen. Storm. We're heading toward a storm. Fuck. Qinzhao moved the rudder. Can you make the boat stop? You can only use manual operation if you turn off the autopilot. Isn't there some emergency alternative? Like if the system stops working, you can press the emergency button and turn to manual? No. Go put on a life vest, Qinzhao said, expression hard. He took his phone out, but he didn't have a signal. The waves were still tossing and hitting the yacht, making it start to shake. Qinzhao turned to look. Manny's foot hit the side because the turbulence, and twisted her ankle. I knew that you would be trouble. Qinzhao gritted out, pointing at her. Qinzhao really wanted to leave her here to die, but she was Zola's daughter. He had to help. He squatted down to check Manny's foot. It wasn't serious, and was just a bump with light bruising. He tugged down a life vest from the side and put it on Manny. No matter what happens later, don't leave my side. Qin, are we going to die here? No. But I'm scared. Scared? And you still jumped on? I didn't know. At that moment, the light in the horizon disappeared. The starlight was completely covered by a black shadow. The yacht started shaking violently. Qinzhao sat in the seat, one hand around Manny, the other flipping through a book. What are you looking at? Manny asked. Emergency escape manual. You're reading it now? It's not like we can do anything else. Manny stared at him. Can't you make a useful suggestion? Then let's wait for death. Of course, a medium-sized yacht like this one was able to resist storms to a point, if nothing else happened. The storm was approaching. There was an even darker black shadow in the storm. The ghost ship. It finally appeared. Manny shivered while Qinzhao hugged her tightly. Manny, did you see something? What? Nothing. Qinzhao shook his head. He held the Doom Star in the other hand. It really lived up to its name. He ran into a storm as soon as he was out to sea, appearing with the ghost ship. It was unknown whether the storm was caused by the Doom Star or the ghost ship. The ship shook violently. Qin Zhao and Manny both felt that they were tossed into the air for a bit. The next moment, the ship landed heavily in the water. The ship was still in one piece and had no damages. This didn't mean that they were safe, though. Instead, the true danger hadn't arrived yet. The ghost ship was coming straight for the yacht. Qin Zhao hugged Manny tightly and rushed out of the cockpit, jumping into the sea. At that moment, the yacht was already distorted by the crash and toppled over. "Blackie!" Qin Zhao yelled. Blackie had already rushed toward the ghost ship. The wind grew stronger. The waves grew angrier. The ghost ship started flipping over too. Countless evil spirits on the ship cried and howled. Blackie activated the bloodshed because he was on a whole other level from the evil spirits. To Blackie, these evil spirits, and even the ghost ship were just sheep. No amount of sheep posed a threat to a tiger. However, Qin Zhao couldn't care about Blackie's battle against the ghost ship. He had to deal with the sea now. The waves kept hitting him and Manny. Manny choked on a few mouthfuls of seawater. "Protect your face. Stop drinking the water." Holding Manny with one hand, Qin Zhao blocked the waves from her with the other. That was all he could do now. The waves were too strong and he couldn't swim at all. No matter how strong a human was, he still couldn't go up against nature. "Qin, I'm scared. Are we going to die?" Manny was sobbing because she was genuinely afraid. It was her first time in a life-or-death situation. Even an adult would panic and feel helpless, let alone a girl. No. Fali was unsettled the entire night. She couldn't fall asleep. Rain poured down outside, making her even more unsettled. She picked up her phone to call Qin Zhao, but it kept saying that he wasn't in the service zone. Just then, she suddenly received a notification. Last night, a strong air current appeared in the southwest of the coast. Wind power reached level 10 with huge waves. Due to the bad weather, signal has also been disrupted. Marine operators should not head out onto the sea within 24 hours to avoid danger. Seeing this, Fali's expression changed. She started panicking, not knowing what to do. "Sienna, something happened to Qin." "What?" Sienna had been deep in sleep. Hearing Fali's voice, she was still in a daze. "Qin brought the Doom Star to sea and ran into a storm." Sienna woke up immediately. "How is he now?" "I don't know. The call won't go through." Chapter 197 New Demon's Servant on the Sea. Chapter 197 New Demon's Servant on the Sea. "Zola, Manny's in danger." "What? What danger? What happened to her?" When Zola received the call from Rasfa, she still had no idea what had happened. "Last night I lent Qin a yacht. Manny sneaked onto the yacht. When they were coming back to shore, they met a windstorm. Where are they now? How's Manny?" "My people have already found the overturned yacht, but neither of them is on the yacht." Zola felt the whole world turn upside down, as if it was the end of the world. "Dad? Help me find Manny, please! Help me find her! She's just a kid!" Zola cried in sorrow. I've already sent out a search and rescue team." Rasfa was similarly anxious. "Zola, you need to be prepared for the worst." Rasfa could hear Zola sob at the other side of the phone. He hung up. "What does Manny's positioning watch say?" "No signals." Rasfa already regretted his decision. Manny was in danger precisely because he had lent Qin Zhao the yacht. "Qin, I'm thirsty." Manny lay on Qin Zhao's back. They had already been in the sea for an entire night. The scorching sun after the storm was evaporating the water in their bodies away at an astonishing rate. Qin Zhao continued to swim forward slowly, carrying Manny on his back. "I'm thirsty too." Qin Zhao regretted not bringing some plain water in the spatial ring. Now, they had no plain water at all. "You sure we're going in the correct direction?" Chen Zhao asked. Maybe. I dunno. Manny looked around her. The sun just rose up from that side, right? I can't remember, Chen Zhao admitted. Will we die here? No. Remove your life vest and cover your head. I'm carrying you. You won't need it. Most of Manny's body was submerged in seawater, which could block most of the sunlight. Nonetheless, she still felt hot from the sunlight that was shining onto her head. Chen Zhao was worried that Manny would be dehydrated before they reached the shore or were rescued. In such a situation, he would not even have the chance to save her. Chen, you tired? No. Even if Chen Zhao was tired, he would not admit it. Manny was in her most vulnerable state at the moment. Chen Zhao was worried that she would mentally collapse. After a few more hours in the sea, it was already noon. Manny's voice gradually diminished. Chen Zhao turned around and held Manny. Manny, wake up. Manny? She did not respond. Her lips were dry and her forehead was burning. The worst scenario had happened. Chen Zhao tried to think of a solution. He was not even sure if he was heading in the correct direction. Swimming for 7 or 8 hours was very tiring even for him. Chen Zhao was very exhausted. He also wanted to just give up. Tiredness appeared again, continuously breaking down his mental defense. In such a desperate situation, most people would give in, even the most determined of all. But Manny was in peril. If Chen Zhao could not think of a solution, she would actually die. So tired. Don't want to move anymore. So tired too. Don't want to move anymore too. Suddenly, Chen Zhao heard a voice in his mind. Hallucination? Chen Zhao shook his head. Suddenly, Chen Zhao's feet touched something big. Shark? Chen Zhao immediately curled his legs. Because of his previous experience, the first thing he thought of when he touched something in the sea was sharks. If it was really a shark, Manny and he were dead for sure. He was in a very bad shape at the moment. Any large predator could kill the two of them easily. Just then, the thing underwater floated up slightly. Chen Zhao's feet touched it again. It was not a shark. It felt even larger than a shark. Chen Zhao lowered his head and saw a huge patch of darkness under him. The thing was indeed much larger than a shark. The next moment, the thing floated out of the sea and carried Chen Zhao and Manny on its back. Chen Zhao finally saw it clearly. It was a killer whale, a predator more powerful than the sharks. It was truly a king of the sea. I'm so tired. Can you come down from my back? Chen Zhao heard the voice in his head again. He was stunned. Are you talking to me? I feel tired just talking to you. Demon? Yes. What's your name? Chen Zhao asked. Amon Beria, subordinate of Sloth. Why are you asking me for my name when you're the one who summoned me from hell? Did I summon him? Another subordinate of the 7 great demon kings. Anyway, Chen Zhao did not expect himself to summon such a huge guy, not to mention that he was aquatic. Amon Beria was significantly bigger than normal killer whales. The largest killer whale could be up to 10 meters long and weigh about 10 tons. However, Amon was at least 15 meters long. He was a real giant. Bring us towards the northeast, Chen Zhao said. I'm too tired to move. Do you want demonic crystals? Yes. Bring us there. Tired. Then what do I need you for? You lazy pig. Why did you even summon me? You're my demon servant now. You have to listen to me. But I just don't want to move. Chen Zhao gritted his teeth. Do you know that among all my demon servants, there's a subordinate of Raymond, the king of lust? So? If you defy my orders again, I'll ask Raymond to make you mate continuously, and you'll never be able to stop. Think carefully. Northeast, right? Amon agreed readily. Chen Zhao was speechless. What kind of demons did he have? Could he not just have an ordinary demon? After a while, Manny was awakened by the cool sea breeze. Chin, where are we now? Are we found by the rescue team? Soon. Then we're. Manny touched the thing she was on. It felt wet and slippery. It's a whale? We're quite lucky. Are you sure it will bring us home? Yes. Don't worry. Will it suddenly go underwater, and we'll be in the sea again? No, we've had an agreement. Chen, do you know animal language? No. Whales are intelligent creatures. You don't have to talk to them. They'll be able to understand certain things by themselves. But how can you be sure that it'll send us to the shore? Just rest assured. Amon might be lazy, but his speed in water was really amazing. Qin Zhao and Manny felt as if they were riding on the waves. When the sea breeze and the seawater hit onto their faces, it even felt slightly painful. There, go that way. Manny seemed to be fully energized again and started instructing Amon excitedly. You're tuning in to the Phoenix Knights YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.